Good evening. This is Thursday, Sausalito Marin City School Board meeting, and we are going to go into close. But prior to doing that, if there's someone in the audience that has a comment that they would like to make, I don't see any cards here, you may do so now. Thank you so much. We are going to go into close, and we shall return. Thank you. Good evening. We are returning and opening our meeting at 6:34 p.m. There is nothing to report from closed session. I'm going to apologize early to you because at some point I might need to walk out. I am having some issues with my back on this evening, and so Deborah is going to run the meeting. But if you will please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Appreciate it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Just like to invite everybody to engage in a moment of mindfulness, as is our tradition to start our meeting. 3 big, deep cleansing breaths, inhaling for a count of 8, exhaling for a count of 4. Thank you.
That brings us to item 4.03, agenda reorganization. Are there any requests that we reorganize the agenda?
I'd like to pull 10.04 out of the consent agenda for discussion.
And I would like to recommend that we pull 8.03 for a revision.
I have to ask, well, we'll get to that when we get to 8.03, right? Or is it removed from the agenda altogether, pending revision?
Table pending revision.
Okay.
Oh, pull it all together? Okay. So I'll move that we pull 8.03 from the agenda and table it for a future meeting or not. And then move 10.04 out of consent. Otherwise, approve the agenda.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Before we vote, I'd like to know if there are comments from the audience on this. Particularly, I'm on 8.03. I'm okay pulling it if nobody in the audience is here to talk about it, but my concern is that's not the case.
But I think if we either have it on the agenda to talk about it and leave it there, or we pull it and don't talk about it. I don't think there's kind of an in-between.
Well, I think on the agenda itself, people can
I see.
indicate what their feelings are on us pulling it.
I
That might
misunderstood.
influence my vote.
Yes, I misunderstood. Okay.
So do you suggest then that we invite people? One option would be that people could make comments in the open session section if it's no longer on the agenda, but I'm not sure what the protocol is for this.
I think Josh is saying that people will comment on our, where is it? approval.
Let me clarify.
Agenda 4.03, agenda approval reorganization. We're making a motion to do some changes, and so he's saying public comment on our
Yeah.
motion.
I mean, what I heard is a request from our superintendent to pull this for revision, which implies that this document will likely be revised and brought back. If everybody's in this room is okay with that, so am I. If there are people that came explicitly tonight to talk about that, and they're not going to get a chance, then I think they need to know either they can talk about it in public comment on things not on the agenda, or just raise an objection to us pulling it at all. I'd like to know kind of where the room sits.
Gotcha.
And I would like to invite, if it is brought back, then we can also take comments at that time.
Right.
So if we're all in agreement that Trustee Barrow's request is where we want to go, then I guess we're asking for the temperature in the room.
Only if somebody wants to say something.
If somebody wants to say something.
Yeah, so this isn't comment on the contents of the memo, I think it's whether or
Right,
not we pull
this
it.
is a comment on pulling it from the agenda. So I think it'd be actually really important to have a discussion on this item to understand where it came from, what it means, what is the revision that you'd like to make, because Kurt Weinsheimer, a Willow Creek board member and parent, I got a lot of feedback on this, a lot of concern around this item. This was probably the most discussed item, and we had a lot of questions about it. So I actually think it'd be really helpful if you guys would explain what revisions you plan to make, or and why, because it I guess I can't comment on it, so I won't comment on it, but it created a lot of concern in the community, and as a representative of Willow Creek, I'd like to be able to explain what you were thinking. Thank you.
And so we would like to invite that discussion and those comments when we bring that item back after it's revised. I can certainly speak to the intent.
But we're still on the agenda, though.
Yeah, but we'd like to wait until we bring the item back.
Yes.
Yep, and we just ask you, both Kurt and you, to fill out the cards so we have record of who you are and that you commented. Thanks.
I understand that this is regarding the agenda and not the contents of the memo, but my concern is if the memo is to be revised, and will there be no further comment on the original memo as it was released? I guess that's
Yeah.
my comment, because
I get it.
I wonder if in pulling the agenda, we can give reasons why we're pulling it, and that's within the same topic, or I don't know.
It's for revision.
Thank you. And perhaps, Dr. Garcia, you might be able to provide some background in your superintendent's report, or I don't know if that fits.
I think if we're going to pull the item and
We'll just
revise it,
pull
we
one.
should wait until we bring it back.
New to me, so I'm
Can I
not.
ask before we bring it back that you meet with those that are concerned?
Yes.
Okay.
So what I'm hearing is we're going to pull it from the agenda, and those people who have concerns will let Dr. Garcia know that they are concerned, and there will be some kind of communication established for a conversation, explanation, et cetera. Is that right?
Correct.
So I guess then we need to get your names and contact information so that Dr. Garcia can reach out to you. for this purpose.
Well, certainly, we have Mr. Weinsheimer's.
Right.
So.
But there are others who might be want to
And
be
yourself,
included.
ma'am, we need a card whenever you get an opportunity.
Yeah, great. Okay. So,
Yasmin, did you want to comment on the agenda?
So Yasmin McGrain, Willow Creek parent. I guess I haven't read any attached item to this, but just looking at the agenda item, I would think it'd be extremely helpful, given everything is moving so fast during this unification process, and to avoid any misperceptions out in the community, is to take this moment, if possible, at the board meeting to clarify 8.03, so that the right message, even if it in a simplistic form, could be accurately communicated out in the community. And that would really help make sure that there's no hurdles towards the unification process proceeding.
well,
Assuming there's no more public comment and you're going to bring it back to a vote, I'm moved by the public comment, not surprised by it, and I would not be supporting this motion, even though it's been made and seconded. I think we should be talking about this tonight because we put it in our packet and we got quite a response.
Right. I too am kind of moved and both by the sentiment to at least bring up some concerns before it goes to revision, but also the timeline that we're under. So I'm going to withdraw my motion.
I want to say that there's a white Honda outside with its lights left on 4HQK401.
They might be upstairs as well. I'll take that up.
Okay.
So am I just hearing this correctly? We are not going to pull 8.03, but 10 point, no.
You do have to take it
I'm
for a
just
vote.
trying to-
Just
Yeah,
trustee
yeah,
Van
good.
Os
I'm
pulled
trying
her
to catch
motion.
up here.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. 10
So-
point,
So let's bring us back to a simplified matter.
Well, it sounds like because,
I'd like to finish, Mr.
oh,
Barrow.
I'm sorry,
Thank
well,
you.
I think you missed what they were saying though.
No, I would like us to clarify that. Does the motion remain to pull the consent item
No, I withdrew my motion.
altogether? Okay.
Altogether.
I wanted to get clear about if we're pulling that consent item, then we need a motion for that purpose.
What I was hearing here, though, is even though it's withdrawn, because it's been made and seconded already, we may have to vote. Is that correct?
I believe so.
All right,
Okay.
then. So all those in favor? No, all those opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
all
So
those that's lost. I.
So
I'm lost. What?
the vote in favor would be to pull the item,
both items, I mean, to reorganize it.
to reorganize the
Yes.
agenda as proposed.
Yes,
Pull the item and pull out 10.04, I believe you said, trustee
Yes.
Barrow?
Yeah.
From the consent agenda. A nay vote would be to leave both items where they are.
Thank you.
So, but we can make a new motion to.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make the motion for my item again, which is, can we pull 10.04 off the consent agenda so we can talk about it? I make a motion to do that.
Second.
okay, then can we have a vote? All those in favor of that reorganization?
I.
Opposed? Okay.
I think that's our longest discussion on the agenda.
Yeah,
in the
it was a good
history of the Word.
8.03 is remain, is that correct, Deborah?
Yes.
Unless somebody would like to remake a motion to pull 8.03.
Okay. Then we are moving on to 4.04, Board Communications. Does anyone have anything to say?
I would like to just share that on last night in this auditorium, we had the Black History event with the school, and the fifth grade class from Willow Creek, along with our fourth and fifth graders, came together and shared a performance. It was just a lovely night. And I think the highlight of the night for me was this little 5-year-old who recited verbatim his speech. He was afraid to go up with his class initially, and toward the end of the night, he found his boldness, and he stood right below the podium and recited 2 poems. It was the most adorable. It was a great night, and the energy in the room was really great. I would love to see more events like that.
And it was standing room only, so,
Wow.
yeah. Anyone else? Then that brings us to acknowledgements. Anything, Dr. Garcia?
I just would like to offer the community collaboration that resulted in last night's event. I'd like to particularly acknowledge Emily for offering to bring students from Willow Creek over, and Pastor Leggett for providing the food, and some of our staff members for putting on the event. I think that it was truly emblematic of what a unified school looks like, can do, can be, and was really impactful for myself as an audience member, and I think a lot of students and hopefully parents as well.
I'm going to cut myself some slack here and say something that I should have mentioned in board communications, and that is that we have a fantastic opportunity in Sound Waves, which is a Saturday program for free music lessons for Marin City children with instruments provided, and it's being underutilized at this time, so anything anyone can do to spread the word about that fantastic offering, it's just, it's a gift, and I hope that we'll see an increased turnout in the very near future. Okay. Oral communications. At this point, this is the portion of public comment that is not tied to a specific agenda item, and I don't see any cards for that. Great. Thank you. Kirsten, the podium is yours.
Thank you. Hi, I was here last night and it really was a lovely evening. It really was special. My name's Kirsten Thomas. I have a 5-year-old, and I'm really though here to say something for a moment as a parent of also a 1-year-old. I feel like there's a big cohort of us with little tiny children that you don't hear from very often. And I know you can't comment on this because it wasn't on the agenda, and you don't really need to at all. I just want to offer some support and like a little pep talk to the board, just to say that there's a whole bunch of us moms and dads and parents of little tiny ones out there in Sausalito and Marin City too, and we are going to be so thrilled with the unified school that's put together with this vision that Dr. Garcia has and you all have. And we're not here at these meetings all that often because we're dealing with sleep training and sleeping ourselves and starting solids and finding daycare and all of that fun stuff. So that's really keeping us from thinking about elementary school at all whatsoever. So please just keep the faith that there's us out there who are going to be thrilled to come to this unified school when the time comes. And thank you so much for all of your efforts to make that happen. And if you really want to find the way to our heart, I think it would be preschool. So I think I share the excitement of many of us that preschool would be the most amazing offering because there just aren't that many options I'll say in Sausalito for sure. So thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. Any board response?
I know we're not to comment on the open, but that's why my back is out. I work at a preschool,
Well, you put 5. I don't even.
and today was a rough day.
Right, sorry.
Whoa.
No, you're
My
absolutely
back
right.
was a ladder
Yeah.
for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah. Go. Yes, Jennifer, sorry.
Hi, no worries. My name is Jennifer Conway. I'm a Marin City resident here and have a 4th grader at Willow Creek. Deborah, it was great walking into you today with our puppies.
Yes.
So I'm here today to just express some concern, but also a pep talk of my own version. Concern on behalf of the Willow Creek parent community. Just with how things are going and the actions and communications coming out from Dr. Garcia, like the one in the board packet. In a time when we should be building bridges and the district should be working to sustain our current successes while we develop the foundation for a vibrant, inclusive, integrated school that all of us can get excited about sending our children to, the district seems to continue to shirk responsibility for 80% of the district's students and fails to meet commitments made by Dr. Garcia in the unification town hall meetings that he'd make sure Willow Creek is sustained with the necessary budget to maintain programs while we work through this together as a team. The actions and communications coming from Dr. Garcia and the district are serving to further divide our community, alienate and scare families whose children attend Willow Creek Academy rather than unite us in working toward a common vision. This latest example of alienating communication is the letter that's in tonight's board packet. This letter from Dr. Garcia essentially states that he believes Willow Creek Academy students are not deserving of discretionary resources to support the majority of the district's high-needs students, and falsely interprets the latest court ruling to support the district's decision not to share any of the millions of excess property tax dollars above the state minimum funding with Willow Creek Academy students. These communications have served to further erode trust among our families and cause them to seek alternative options for their children's education next year. Willow Creek Academy recently lost 10 more students to schools outside of our district, 7 to St. Hilary, another to a different private school, and 2 others leaving the district. In the exit interviews with those families, the reasons for leaving are stated as uncertainty about the future of our district and the near-term unresolved funding reduction to Willow Creek, causing devastating program cuts. I want to urge this district, this is the pep talk right here, to come together with the Willow Creek Academy Board for a joint meeting with 2 goals. Develop a collaborative budget solution that sustains the programming at Willow Creek as well as Bayside MLK through unification, and agree on a plan for the structure and joint leadership of the future unified school, a plan that will instill confidence in our community that all of our students will be in your very good hands. It's going to be really important for our community that both boards are aligned on a future vision and have a clear plan to work collaboratively and together to build community support for and execute the vision in a way that is most supportive to all of our students. In demonstrating collaboration, you will rebuild our parent trust, and you'll keep our vibrant community of families in the district. I personally hold out hope that this is possible. I shared this with Deborah this morning. Where there's a will, there is a way. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this for now? Oh, that's what she already said. Okay. Could I have the copy? Oh, okay.
Since we're not, it was pulled, right?
No.
No.
Oh, 8.03 wasn't pulled?
No.
So this is not the time to talk about it.
Correct.
Let's move on. Yeah, you can fill it. All right. I'm unaware of any more cards for this non-agendized section. So unless there are more people who want to speak, we'll move on to, do we want to talk about the scholarship? Did you change your mind? I mean, it's okay, just let us know. Just do it. Yours is for 803. Right.
I'm confused because of what Jen said. I thought she was speaking about it, and I guess I'm going to just speak to that and say, I thought it was clear that Dr. Garcia was saying what the San Francisco Superior Court was saying, which wasn't that he doesn't think the kids at Willow Creek should be supported, but what's legal. And I just, for the record, need to say that.
Hi, Yasmin McGrain again. I just wanted to mention two things. One is to reiterate what Ida said about the event last night and how amazing it was overall, but specifically about the little boy. And I do have a video of that, so I'll send that to whoever wants to see it. It was pretty inspiring. Okay. And then the other thing is just as both boards, as we all know, have voted for unification, and as we move towards that goal, that one thing just to keep our hope alive is to give an example of something that happened very quickly. There was a need in the last couple days for maybe some tours for parents to come and visit Bayside MLK, and for parents of Bayside MLK to come visit Willow Creek. It was identified that perhaps part of our struggles are that we really haven't seen each other. We hear stories out there, but we haven't fully experienced a day in the life at Bayside MLK and also at Willow Creek. And so there's a lot of misperceptions, and we're not fully seeing as parents that there are really two strong schools that would be coming together as one. And so I just wanted to commend the two principals at both schools, Emily and David, for very quickly, within a few hours, basically seeing that being a need and working together to come up with messaging that'll, after the break, go out to parents at both schools, openly inviting them to come and experience the other. And I think that will happen. I know a lot of parents at Willow Creek want to come and see what's going on at this school, and I encourage, through David, is going to encourage parents to come and see Willow Creek. And therefore, in a unified school, parents on both schools will see all the good ingredients that will come together to make this one school. So it's just a little example, but I think a big step forward, how the people at the top of both schools are really wanting to come together. And so hopefully we'll see more of that.
Thank you. In terms of correspondence, we've handled this differently, so I'm going to defer to Dr. Itoko as to whether we need to pull these out or...
I recommend we don't.
Okay.
We don't, unless there's an intent to speak from the audience on any of the items. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. That's where we are now. Yeah. Okay, good.
Jeff Knowles, district parent and Willow Creek Academy board member. I wanted to speak to Johanna Vandermolen's letter to the board about the enrollment loss at Willow Creek. We, back in May, when this board was making its decision to cut 25% of Willow Creek's budget, talked about the likely consequence of that. And one likely consequence was the loss of enrollment. And now we're seeing that. Dr. Vandermolen's letter lays that out. We've now lost 45 students, more than 10% of Willow Creek's enrollment. And not only the numbers, not only the numbers, but the circumstances of these departures, because now we've had 13 mid-year departures, are extremely alarming. These departures indicate we are losing something or may have lost something that is the one essential ingredient to a successful unification, and that is trust. It turns out that these families who went to St. Hilary's in the last month were told by St. Hilary's that they could come now and be guaranteed a spot, but St. Hilary's was anticipating a wave for the fall, and so they couldn't guarantee that there would be spots available in the fall. So we can anticipate that St. Hilary's is presaging what's going to happen this fall. And this erosion of trust is extremely dangerous. I have heard people talk about this loss of enrollment as perhaps normal attrition, talk about, well, why don't they just come to this school? And I think that people who are making those observations are really living in denial, because there is no way that after 12 years of unbroken growth at Willow Creek, the loss of more than 10% is a coincidence when it happens in the year when Willow Creek's budget is cut by 25%. It's also unrealistic to expect that families who are disengaged because of those cuts and because of what this board has done is going to bring their children to the school that's run by those people. So I have a lot more to say, and I see I only have a minute left about this, but I'd like to cut to what we need to do. There's only really one thing we can do. I sat down with Dr. Garcia yesterday and talked about where we are right now, and I think we are in a nosedive in this district on our way back to 20 years ago when the district was tiny and segregated, 200 kids instead of the 500 we have now. And there's one way we can build that trust back up, and that is for this district to restore the funding necessary that Willow Creek will not have the cuts that it's projecting. And do that without conditions, without requiring relinquishment of claims, do that without requiring the hiring away of teachers, just do it. And then parents will have that trust. Parents will come back and say, all right, this board really does want to support Willow Creek. If we're not cutting at Willow Creek because this board has shown its support, maybe we can have the trust that's necessary for successful unification. Please, please do that. I think it's the one way we can pull out of this nosedive. Thank you.
I'd like to comment on this correspondence because it alarms me. And while Mr. Knowles referenced conversation from May, I think we've been talking about this budget and flight for over 2 years because we have a multi-year projection, and it's been very clear for a couple of years. And I would not be alarmed if the now 40 or 43 kids that have left Willow Creek came to Bayside MLK, because that wouldn't be flight from the district. It would be migration between the schools. But to lose them from the district, and my fear is this is just the beginning, means we are failing our residents in some fashion. And whether we hurry up that unification process and get everybody together, or we figure out how to, through financial or other means, calm people down so that they're not fleeing, we need to get ahead of this, and we are not doing that. And I don't see anywhere on the agenda tonight, maybe in some of the committee reports or something, where we're going to keep talking about it, but we need to. So I don't think I can go further on correspondence, but just to say I feel the panic out there. So.
And I think that this really does speak to the importance of communication and letting the parents know about what's going on in this school, and that the school districts, that we're really working to do a better job, and that all of us need to be speaking to that and to be supporting this vision of unification and coming together, because I think we absolutely do need to keep the families engaged and involved and supportive of this unification vision. So I hope that we can certainly work, and I think that's part of the goal, is to come up, and I love the idea of parents being able to see both schools and being able to understand and come together and really see this, what various options are and how we can come together as a school system.
I have a question for Mr. Knowles, just if you can answer this. A big part of how we measure future enrollment is to understand what the projection is for kindergarten classes, for instance. And are you aware of what I think in a unification task force meeting, Johanna mentioned that you're projecting 3 kindergarten classes next year. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if anybody knows at this point.
I don't know whether Emily or Kurt know the answer to that better than I
Okay.
do. My vague recollection is at our last board meeting, which was a week and a half ago,
Yes.
our kindergarten signups were around 22. Am I have that right? Which I think is probably roughly where we usually are, which would be, I think, 2 kindergartens.
Uh-huh.
We had a number of no-shows this year, kids who said they were coming for kindergarten and then didn't come. So we can't really be sure.
Right.
But again, these are big numbers for us at a 45 student loss and 13 of those mid-year, which generally doesn't happen if they're, unless there's something, really unusual happening.
Yes.
So the numbers are big. They're very troubling.
Gotcha.
Are these all Sausalito residents that are leaving?
No, it's both. Sausalito, Marin City, well, all 3, Sausalito, Marin City, and out of district. And so we're losing kind of across the demographic.
Any further comment? No. Oh. Okay. So we're in correspondence? Yes. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
I have felt for some time, Marilyn Mackle, Marin City resident, I have felt for some time that the negative that I have heard from the Willow Creek leadership has been the greatest cause of departures from the district. It continues to be. I don't know that very much has changed in the Willow Creek programmatic structure this year. My understanding is that they were backfilling the budgetary needs. So if anything, they're looking at next year. The suggestion is pay the money. We've got a gun to your head in the nature of lawsuits, but pay the money. It's ours. It's ugly. And it communicates a lot of ugliness. And it really needs to stop. If anything, if you're really concerned about the sustenance of the district's enrollment, you'd be building up the move towards reunification as opposed to condemning leadership, which you did in your last statement a moment ago, Jeff. You'd be building it up, recognizing the positive movements that are occurring that could indeed be very beneficial to a substantial number of students from Marin City. So I kind of lay at the doorsteps of the Willow Creek leadership. I lay at their doorstep the departures from the district because of all this ugly talk. And I can guarantee you, because I know the benefit of positive talk, that if you start talking up the unification process as some of the parents have and are, you'll see that folks will begin to feel quite good about what's going on and move forward in like manner. Thank you.
After public comment, we usually bring it back to the board. I'd like to add to my earlier comment on this correspondence. I'm not sure it's healthy to place blame on any one party here. I think what we need to do is observe that until both parties come to the table and reach agreement and build trust between each other, it's unreasonable for us to expect our public to hold that same trust. And so I made reference earlier of like, we'll either have to hurry up the unification or, figure out how to move money around to, prevent cuts and whatever to avoid the flight. But regardless of what the detailed solution is, I think it starts with our board and the Willow Creek board need to have a healthy discussion and build trust. And again, we've had over 2 years to kind of make headway on that. And I think that's where collectively We're just not doing it. And I really hope that we can lay out a plan in a very short timetable to get that done. Continuing to point fingers isn't going to get anything done. So.
On both sides.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
I realize the agenda is a bit confused tonight, and so as far as I can tell, we are in correspondence. We have passed out of the open section, but given the confusion, Jenny, if you would like to make your comments now.
Hi, I'm Jenny Schmidt. I'm a teacher at Willow Creek. The projection for my class this year is that 30% of my students, 30% of my fifth grade students have applied to schools beyond our school district. I know this because I have been asked to fill out recommendation forms for them. Of those students, I'm looking at, of those students, half of them are students who will be applying for scholarship and financial support from the school that they might be going to. So it's not just wealthy people leaving our school district. It's people who have built our school. And what I've been messaging nothing but positivity about the unification process. But this is what's happening on the ground in front of me. And I think that without any finger pointing, because I think everybody here knows me, without any finger pointing and without turning to people and poking people in the eye, I want to say that the Willow Creek parents built an amazing school from 30 students to where it is today. They did that, through hundreds of thousands of volunteer hours and hundreds of thousands of pounds of heart. And I think that we wouldn't be looking at these numbers of flight if they felt like that was both acknowledged and held in some special way through your guys' communication to them, that like we really value what you did from the ground up, parents, and we want to embrace you. And that's my 2 cents. It really needs to, an outpouring of communication needs to support and acknowledge what they've built and what the district needs to really to move forward as one. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know I've spoken several times, but my mind is being blown by what I'm hearing. I feared the numbers were big. 30% applying to schools doesn't count the families that might move. And I know some in that very class that are thinking of that. So this is a serious issue, bigger than I even feared in 1 year. And shame on all of us for not getting together and getting ahead of this. This district's going to be really tiny in a minute if we don't get our acts together.
Hi, I'm Jenny Wall. I'm a parent of a first grader at Willow Creek. I didn't want to comment substantively earlier because I knew we were talking about the agenda, but to talk a little bit about the trust that I feel like I and other parents at Willow Creek have placed in the district in terms of reunification. I feel like people have been optimistic and positive, even in light of the major funding cuts that we've experienced this year and the uncertainty about next year. But when we receive communications like the letter that I just read today, I found it deeply disturbing, some of the language used and some of the comments made in this letter from the district. For example, language like, the district has its own commitments in terms of funding, which would imply that Willow Creek wasn't part of the district's commitments. Language like, the district is sympathetic to the plight of Willow Creek. I found that kind of language very offensive and very telling. And it made me wonder if the objective is to defund Willow Creek, in which case I would feel that my trust has been misplaced as a parent. So I just want you to consider that in the communications that go out. To me, it's not surprising that the enrollment is falling, and it will continue to fall when parents are made to feel this way. Significant cuts, that's one thing. There's a process of reunification. I think people can maintain their optimism and positivity as long as people aren't being spoken to as though there is no obligation to them whatsoever. That's my comment.
Jasmine, does this mean now? Okay.
So one thing I just maybe to try and put some of these thoughts in some buckets, to me it feels like there's kind of three, and all of them sort of need progress. One is positivity around unification. Being a Willow Creek parent and hearing the conversations, I do think that us as leaders need to have much more of a pointing out the positive in our tone, in our examples of the good that is happening with unification. And I think doing that, when you do that one-on-one with a parent, you do see them quickly rebuild hope and curiosity and a willingness to help unification happen. And that's a good thing because people are very much wanting to stay in the district at the end of the day. The second bucket is around, you can hold that and still hold this need for clarification on specific things as a parent. I have 2 kids going in middle school next year. What exactly does middle school look like for my kids? Are we having specifically a Spanish program that people have fought so hard for? Everybody knows Dr. Toca Garcia would definitely want people to learn Spanish, I would imagine. And so the question is, given that, is Miss B, our Spanish teacher, going to be there next year? Is our art teacher going to be there? Is our music program going to be there? Those 3 specific things are questions you constantly hear, and people at some point need to know, is it actually going to happen? I have to make this decision now, not just to go to a private school, but just to figure out where my kid is going to go to school, because those 3 things are important to my child. And then the third thing is about, okay, well, yes, some people could say, well, why not, if they're concerned about those programs, why not come to Bayside MLK next year? And the thing is, it's sort of like jumping stones in a river. Not very many people have even been to Bayside MLK. I mean, I've seen the progress, but a lot of people haven't. And so the goal was to get everybody staying put until unification happened. If the doors of unification in a new school with a new name, with a new kickoff event, new program was happening next school year, we wouldn't probably be having these conversations. But rightfully so, we're not there yet. It's going to take steps, combining the middle school, building the lower end, getting there in the next 2 to 3 years. So you can't expect people to then jump from one school to the other during this period. They just are not there yet. And so what does unification, what's the timeline is? But again, the second bucket is probably the most important. I think all of them are important, to be honest, but the second one has to get resolved. Are you telling me for next year, for my 2 kids at Willow Creek, are they going to have Spanish? Are they going to have art? Are they going to have music? Or do I need to find another way to provide that to them until unification? I don't even know, and I'm pretty involved. So I just thought maybe saying those comments might help.
Thank you. I think if I'm reading these items correctly, we are now free to, well, wait, any board member comments? Are we good? All right. Then we're going to move on to...
Wait, can I just make one comment? I hear what everybody's saying.
Yes, thanks for
Deeply,
saying that.
loudly, and clearly. We do have a report coming up for the Unification Task Force, or the Unification, but unfortunately it's way down at the end of the agenda. But I did want to address that I hear you. I do. I feel you.
And can I second that and just say I really thank you for like the concrete suggestions and helping us understand, so thank you.
And, well, I'm on the Unification Task Force, and we are meeting often and looking forward to perhaps a joint meeting with board members, and but that remains to be scheduled. We're trying. And I also want to say that we are, very much intending to incorporate, this is kind of a committee report, so yeah. Anyway, we hear you, and we're really hoping to speak to your concerns, act in response to those concerns.
And if you can't stay until the end of the meeting, please watch the video. I know it's very exciting, but it'll be at the end of the video. You can skip ahead.
Mm-hmm. So I'm now happy to turn over to Dr. Garcia the next 3 items on the agenda. Just say that the kind of the cards I have for item 803, you'll be invited to speak at that point. And if there are any other cards, please fill them out and pass them in. Great, thank you. Okay, Dr. G.
All right, thank you. So I'll proceed with my update. A lot of movement on a lot of different issues. Met with the Students Organizing Against Racism student leader from TAM to do some work with our student unification groups, hopefully some presentations at both schools. Met with Marin Health and Human Services to talk about further support for the districts. Met with the Mill Valley Superintendent and Board President to talk about some of the issues outlined in the desegregation judgment. Met with Marin Horizon Community School to talk about the development of a pre-K program. Attended the Marin School Funding Forum on the governor's budget. There's a lot of exciting news in that budget. A little short on details. A lot of the details around how to apply for those separate funds will be coming out in June. A couple of meetings with my superintendent coach. Quite a few, 3 calls with the expert advisory, desegregation advisory group expert advisors. Meeting at Willow Creek with the head of school and our special ed director to tighten some things up around implementation. Meeting to talk about the development of a work order procedure so that we're responsive to work order requests on the Willow Creek campus. Met with former Bayside MLK Administrator Linda Storick to talk about her experience and perspective here. Just add another layer of history. Met with Richard Bonnet. We had an LCAP committee meeting, Conscious Kitchen meeting. I met with the Shakur Foundation to secure $25,000 worth of support for our ACES program, after school program. Quite a few calls with Kurt and talk about support for Willow Creek. I met with the Cal State Teach, all 3 regional directors in Cal State Teach, was a credentialing program to firm up commitment for our Teacher of Color pipeline, which is an MOU that will go before you as an action item a little bit later tonight. A couple individual meetings with Dr. Satterwhite to plan the desegregation advisory group. Saw a lot of people in the room at the MLK Day celebration. It was a really wonderful event put on by the Community Services District and a lot of different community partners over there. A lot of parents and students, regular cabinet meetings, 2 meetings on field development, a meeting to plan how to interrupt the school to prison pipeline forum that was held here a couple evenings ago. Wanted to also cover some exciting news about our first, what is often termed in academic circles as instructional rounds, what I prefer to call learning walks. We went and observed all of our ELD teachers and in order to inform the instructional practice around English language development. It's part of our ELD master plan. And then have the school to prison pipeline forum with Jose Varela, who's the district, who is the public defender from Marin County. And really well-attended event with put on by the SLU about how to interrupt the school to prison pipeline with a formerly incarcerated gentleman as well who's doing a lot of work with schools. Had our first facilities master planning meeting, had a meeting with some folks in the county around how to respond to the requirement from the State Department of Education around our federal addendum. I am happy to say that at this point, almost all of those issues have been cleared up and approved by the State Department of Education. Had a shared governance meeting and were able to produce some calendars. I was hoping to bring them before you tonight, but only one of our collective bargaining partners was able to vote and approve a calendar for the upcoming school year. So those will come before you at the next board meeting. We had a scholarship committee meeting, which resulted in the application that is coming before you as an action item. 2 desegregation advisory group meetings and 1 desegregation town hall. Meeting up at MCF to talk about the new PK through 3 grant details. Check in with Willow Creek teacher, Mr. Breakstone. We had a site visit from a family currently attending Tam Valley. We also attended the LCAP template training and the Marin County Parks Grant Workshop. Excited about some potential grant development there. Had our Marin Association Superintendent meeting and had a really strongly attended sort of, I don't want to use the word final, but maybe culminating Teacher of Color pipeline meeting with all of our partners that resulted in not only the draft MOU that's coming before you tonight, but a commitment from Compass, which is the Career Counseling College program at College of Marin, and 10,000 Degrees to administer the Career and College Counseling program and scholarship mandated by the AG settlement. Had a couple unification task force meetings. Met with John Logan and Trustee Barrow up at MCF, talk about some potential support there. Met with Kate Sears to talk about some further collaborations with the county. And then had facilities committee meeting as well that was attended by both Trustee Van Alst and Trustee Green. I guess we'll save that for a committee update.
Well, it wasn't really a facilities committee meeting. We were part of a different meeting, I guess.
Had a lot of presentations about potential to develop both campuses. David and I attended the third meeting of the Integrated Arts Principal Leadership Network. It was held over at Myelin in Alameda. Great principal collaboration space there for David. As Jeff mentioned, he and I had a meeting and had a follow-up meeting with the folks from Intertie. Unfortunately, didn't get the MOU in time to get it in this board packet, but that'll come before you again at an upcoming meeting. I wanted to respond in this update to some questions about at a prior board meeting about the other outgo item in the budget. Transfers out totaling $354,850. $161,340 went to Fund 13 for food service.
What? I'm sorry.
$161,340 went to Fund 13 for food service. $193,510 went to Fund 40 for COP. Some of the other figures in that other outgo item are special ed excess costs, $434,153. Special ed transportation, $183,649. $70,313 in ACES grants, grant money to Willow Creek, and then $175,146, which is a regular in lieu dispersal to Willow Creek. There were some questions about the small projected budget deficit in year 2 and the multi-year projection. They're to cover 2 additional teaching positions and 1 student success coach. We've adjusted down the books and supplies. The SMCSD $85,000 budget. We didn't want to keep reducing budgets, but the $62,659 deficit we think is manageable with reserves at almost 12%. Knowing that we may be able to make up some of that deficit with revenue carryover from this year. And that concludes that part of my update.
So thank you for the updates on the numbers. I think my question about the deficit was around, initially we had talked about, or you had mentioned that we would help Willow Creek to the tune of $500,000 between, shared or certain positions that the district would cover. And I believe facilities was another potential bucket. And the question was around how would we fund that next year with a $62,000 deficit? And I think you mentioned something about some positions. And I guess I'm not seeing the connection between we have a $62,000 deficit, but yet we do have the funds to be able to assist Willow Creek to the tune of $500,000. Where's that money going to come from? And because it's not shown as a surplus right now, we've got it encumbered in our budget. So, what would shift? And maybe you're not prepared to answer all of that right now, but when we get to the point of if we do, of assistance to get towards unification, what's going to give to do that? Because right now there's no way, as far as what the budget's showing us.
Yeah, I think when I loaded these positions in, there was some hope that some of that would go to cover positions there. an ongoing discussion where I think exploring some different opportunities and instead of that. And so some of that is also looking at significantly reducing the pro rata share that Willow Creek is currently being charged this year to free up some money in their budget. And hopefully those will be all ongoing conversations in the not too distant future.
So what I'm hearing is that there's some budgeted items that may not convert to expense, essentially. We may not use up those budget items, and we may be able to transfer that to a different purpose.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Can I ask one question? You mentioned field development. Is that for the sports field?
Yes.
Thank you.
This is maybe embedded in a lot of your meetings because you gave just a high-level description of them. But when we met last month, we talked about extending the unification timeline, and we talked about flight. And I specifically talked about kind of using that extra time to also get ahead of flight. And so, as I noted earlier, it's not really called out as like its own item on the agenda, although we talked a lot about it on correspondence. And I'm hoping that some of your work and some of the committee work that we may hear about later is going to be getting ahead of that, because I'm not hearing it in the day-to-day feedback that I'm getting. And so that's my concern. And the other comment I have, having attended that meeting at MCF with you, is I feel that the perception of our district and the combined entities of the district and the charter is that we already have a lot of money and we have an allocation problem. And that's hard for funders to get around in terms of giving more money. It's also hard for them to get around it when they perceive the leadership of two organizations fighting. And the feeling I've had before that meeting and during that meeting, and I continue to hold, is that if we can get through the fighting, not only will we mitigate flight, hopefully come together in a unified vision that works, but we actually free up even more money. So it's just so important on many levels that these boards figure out how to come together and work through a process. I'm trying to hold that optimism, but clock is ticking. So.
I agree, and definitely I'm having a lot of conversations around how to do those things, and I have reached out to a couple people to help have some one-on-one conversations with people that are considering leaving, understand why, and hopefully the quite busy both committee, unification task force, meeting calendar, and a few other meetings that we're trying to get on the books will bear that fruit. And I share that, and I share that optimism that we are going to be able to come to some agreement that the majority of folks can get behind. And I'm very much looking forward with a unified plan to going and securing even further resources for this community. I wanted to give a quick LCAP update. Brandon, if you don't mind projecting onto the screen. We have some survey data. This was reported at the, oh, wrong one. There you go. We have some survey data that I want to report tonight that was reported at the Desegregation Advisory Group for those of you that were unable to attend. You can see here, sorry, I have the wrong item up. Let me just get with the one that Brandon has up. So we were able to survey a bunch of students, 4th through 8th grade, 113 kids total responded. I again want to thank Mr. Finan and Ms. Cox for helping to get the students to answer those surveys. Brandon, if you don't mind scrolling up for me. There we go. You can kind of see the breakdown of who the respondents were. Fifth grade, most heavy. Keep going up, Brandon. We asked people where they lived. You can see kind of the breakdown there. About 47% of kids between both schools live in Marin City. 31% live in Sausalito. 21% live outside the district. We asked folks how to get to school. And you can see
The kid that flies.
you can see the vast majority of our students either walk or come in cars. Pretty small, very small numbers of other modes of transportation. You can keep scrolling, Brandon. There, you can also, the biggest combination is walk or drive, followed by car or bike or walk. Keep going up. And the next item is should be, how do you get home from school? And so these are, I'm not sure why they're appearing double. They're not doubled on mine.
I think it's because the answers, the dots continue on. There's so many dots.
Oh, I
It
see.
like continues for multiple slides.
Thank you. But you can see that similar reflection, a little bit less people get home from school in a car, a little bit higher percentage of kids walk home. These are all things that we want. The small number of unification work groups that have outstanding reports to consider, as well as things that we're going to offer up as LCAP community engagement. I think they have a particular impact on potential facilities and transportation in particular. So that's why we pose those questions. Brandon, you can scroll up again past this last pie chart here and stop right there, please. So we also thought it was really important that we ask kids what they want to learn. Pardon me. Where our kids are currently together, where they're currently unified activities, where our community as a unified community is already strong. And I think there's some really interesting data points here, some which may seem very obvious. Bridge the gap, sports are places where our kids are already together. We're working together, playing together, being together, sharing together. It is our plan to build upon those places and start telling the story from that perspective. But you can also see some other activities, pretty small numbers, but some kids do art together, some kids have dance together, some kids play together from both schools. And then, a lot of much smaller, less significant items. I won't go through all of the long form or short answer responses on page 6 and 7. But that prompt is really, what do you learn at school that you like the most? And so for those of you that are parents and other folks involved in unification, board members, I'd invite us to take a look at that as things that we really want to consider conserving. Brandon, you can scroll down to page 8. The other thing that we asked students was, other than math, history, science, and language, what do you wish you could learn at school? So it's kind of trying to identify maybe what current students aren't getting. And you can see quite a range of opportunities for us as a school community, quite a range of opportunities for things for us to potentially add in our LCAP moving forward. Quite a range of things for us to focus on as a unified school. Art, coding, Minecraft sticks out. Legos, dance, clay and ceramics, hoop,
sports.
yeah, chess. I mean, the Unification Task Force worked hard to develop these questions with one of our expert advisors, and you can see quite a range here of things. Theater drama down at the bottom, soccer, robotics also being pretty popular items. I think these are really important directions for us to focus on as we develop a unified school. You can keep scrolling, Brandon. How well do you and other students at your school get along with each other? Most of the kids that responded, 56%, said very well. Smaller percentage said they get along most of the time. I think it's a testament to the school climate at both schools, what a tiny sliver that blue line is, which is not very well. Less than 4% of respondents said that. And I think, again, it's a testimony to the school culture and climate at both schools. There's some demographic questions that followed. We don't have these disaggregated by race yet, but we will in the future. But you can see some just kind of overall trends. About 20% white, 24% black, smaller percentage Latinx, and a pretty significant population of 2 or more races. Keep scrolling, Brandon. And here we asked questions just specific to middle school students. 72 responses. How important is it that you have lockers? 29% of kids said extremely important. Another 37% said they'd like to have one. 33% of kids said they didn't really care. Then we asked some more specific transportation questions of our middle schoolers. How often do they ride the bus by themselves? 77% of kids said they never ride the bus by themselves.
Yeah, and just keeping in mind, this is mostly fifth graders.
Actually, I believe these were middle school. These would be our sixth, seventh, and eighth grade.
But I thought when you had the number of, what grade are you in, as far as the respondents, the majority of them were fifth grade.
It is. My understanding is that.
Just this question was.
Just this question went to
got
middle
it.
school students.
Got it.
There are a lot fewer, there are only 67
Yeah,
respondents
okay.
to this one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then we asked, you can scroll up just a little bit, Brandon, how important it was to be able to do certain things on their own after school. And you can see that it wasn't very important for kids to be able to use a bus stop near the school. Somewhat important, extremely important, I think only about 5 kids. Go to stores or restaurants near your school. That one's a little bit different. Somewhat important, extremely important. And although this is not inconsistent with data we see from across the state and the country, being able to participate in an after-school program is of much less significance importance for a lot of middle school kids. Brandon, if you could pull up the staff survey. There you go, thank you. We got 34 responses. See the majority of staff respondents are from Willow Creek, followed by 38% from Bayside MLK, and about 20% that work at both schools. We asked a question about facilities. We got 1 less response than from the above question. 60% of staff said that they would prefer that our students be educated on 2 campuses. 12% said 1 campus, 27% said they had no preference. So then we asked some specific questions about, you can scroll up, Brendan, depending upon the response. So you can see there on the top, folks that responded that they would prefer to have 1 campus. The 12% of people overwhelmingly chose the Willow Creek campus. About 25% chose BMLK. Again, 60% of the respondents said they would prefer to be on 2 campuses. And they laid out elementary on 1 campus and middle school on the other at about an 85% rate. So we asked another follow-up question there to that. Brandon, you can scroll up. If you prefer an elementary and middle school on different campuses, which should be at which campus? 11% of the staff chose elementary at Bayside MLK and middle school at Willow Creek. 11% had no preference, and as you can see there, the overwhelming percentage, 76%, wished to have elementary at Willow Creek and middle school here on this campus. Keep scrolling. We asked some unification process questions. Have you been involved? About 51% of respondents said yes. 48% no. Overwhelming 94% said they'd attended town halls. 52% said they'd participated in a work group. Smaller numbers on desegregation advisory group or leading discussion amongst staff. 47% said, or 8 people said they gave the unification process kind of a middling response. One person said it was going pretty well, and about the same number of people, 8 people, felt like it wasn't going very well or somewhat well. The next question is around voice. You can see a similar dispersal there, although it's weighted a little bit differently in the other direction. Most of the people felt like it was falling somewhere in the middle. 4 folks felt like their voices were really heard. 6 folks felt like not so much. Keep scrolling, Brandon. We asked some demographic data as well. We'll disaggregate that out. And then again, just in the sake of time, I'd like to invite all the board members and folks from the community. We asked what the strengths of the school, where these folks work are. And there's some really great long answers to inform our unified school. And we also asked teachers what they thought could go better. And there's some interesting answers there as well. And I think are important for this unified school. And so there's pages and pages. Teachers like to write responses. There's almost 20 pages of long form responses. And so I think there's just some really important insights there for what we're doing and how we're doing it and what the potential is. And it is my full intent to have this inform and continue to inform not only unification but our LCAP development process.
So if I could bring up some of the other questions that you didn't scroll to on the teachers, is what are the strengths of the other SMCSD school? And then what do you think the other school could do better? A lot of the questions were I don't know, and I've never been to the other campus.
Yeah.
So it kind of dawned on me when you were talking about the parent tours that we should probably also do teacher tours of each campus, so that they could become better informed of the programming at one another's schools.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I've been working with a couple board members from Willow Creek and Emily to develop some opportunities for teacher collaboration, teacher planning. Hopefully we can get rolling on that next month, or at least the guidelines for it. And I think that'll open up some really exciting opportunities. I think that teachers learn best from other teachers, and I agree. Part of hopefully what next year looks like is teachers visiting each other on both campuses and observing lessons that they've co-developed together, and really starting to think about what are the best and most important ways to reach all of our kids. So that concludes my LCAP update, and we'll move to
more of a comment than a question on that. I've been, as we've talked about at length, ringing the bell on student flight for a long time. I want to maybe ring the bell on teacher flight. If I look at page 4 and how well do you feel unification is going, there's a significant number that are at 1 or 2. And teachers are mobile too. So I don't know what both organizations are doing to get ahead of that. But hopefully this is a non-issue compared to our student flight. But seeing that gives me pause. So.
Yeah, I think much like our parents are in need of a unification plan and clarity, I think it's fair to say that staff are as well.
Yeah, and I think along with that, the preceding pie chart, which is have you been involved in the unification process, half haven't. And so half, by not being involved, also didn't answer those following questions. So.
Yeah, we don't even know how they feel.
Right. Exactly.
But the people involved,
some are.
Half are like not happy.
Right. Okay.
Any other comments or questions? All right, moving along to 8.03. I would like to say before I give this report that there was an intent behind it that clearly didn't land with a lot of people. And that intent was really just to provide transparency around what the district actually is currently doing to support Willow Creek, how we understand the ruling in Superior Court. And although I've heard significant comment and concern both tonight and actually last night as well, the intent was actually to demonstrate the support that we're providing, and that we're trying to work to support Willow Creek through unification as an indication of that generosity and commitment towards unification, and that we care about all the kids in the 94965. My recommendation to pull this item was around changing some language, because clearly this memo had a different impact than what the intent behind it was. But since it's here, we'll go through it and we'll hear from some more folks. But I do want to invite everybody to and I will say that I'm a big impact over intent person, and so the fact that the intent behind this was, I think, coming from a good place. I have heard that the impact wasn't that. And so I just want to invite everybody to keep that in mind as I give this report. I know we are committed to unification as a board. I'm committed to unification as a superintendent. I'm committed to working with Willow Creek leadership and the Unification Task Force to figure out some ways to support even further than what's in this memo. And so I just wanted to give that framing before I give.
But before you give the actual report, since it was my suggestion that we hear from the audience and potentially keep this on the agenda, the context of my suggestion was that they might need to hear a frame of your intention and your why you were suggesting it be revised. I don't know that especially if it's going to be revised, that you need to actually deliver the report. That's certainly up to you and others. But I'm just clarifying why I was thinking that we might need to at least keep it on the agenda, because I think it's important people know what were the intentions, and clearly, since there's a suggestion to revise, where might you be headed with that?
Well, thank you, and maybe I'll save us some time tonight with that suggestion. There's, I think, a couple more things that I want to clarify, maybe without giving the whole report. The bullet on the second page that says current support for Willow Creek to date. Security, ACES grant, software, liability insurance, Courageous Conversations PD in March, participation for Willow Creek teachers of color. I want to clarify that these are supports that have no intent to ask for reimbursement on, or they're literally meant as support. There was some confusion, I think, around the bullet below that, which is reimbursable expenses to date, unreimbursed, right? And so we are going to ask for reimbursement around those expenses, and I want to make that clear. I think at least on one of the items, there's been a couple requests made. And that's just simply to outline our commitment to keep Willow Creek going, even if we haven't been reimbursed yet. And I think those were the other two main questions I heard from the community. Like, what does this mean, or what is the intent behind that? So I wanted to clarify that, and I think that there are a few vocabulary words in here that we want to consider revising, so that the spirit of this is clear, and that it doesn't look like a limitation or a denial to want to work together or find a solution, because that's certainly not the spirit in which it was crafted, although I have heard loud and clear that is how it landed. Thank you for that.
Can I ask a clarifying question on the ACES share grant amount of $70,000?
Yeah.
Is that actually discretionary, or are we obligated to share that money?
That's an interesting question. So I would say that it's not discretionary for this year, because we applied for the grant together. Right. So, yes, we're obligated to pass that through, because that's how we wrote the grant. We could apply separately for the grant, and that is something that we explored. We decided not to do that for this upcoming school year, because actually it looked like that might reduce the amount of money available to Willow Creek, and we're working to find solutions and not do that.
Right. So that, once the board packet came out, I certainly got reaction, as I assume other board members did, and the read that I got was that on the bottom half of the numbers, that we're outlining roughly $50,000 of discretionary support. Pulling out that $70,000 is kind of like, well, we applied together, we had to do it anyway. And pulling out the $700,000 of well, we're still asking for the money from them. And the context that a lot of parents and others reacted to was we, using our discretion, pulled $1 million and are offering $50,000 of support. And I understand that we're working on more than that, but I don't think it's well understood what we're working on. And so people are reacting to just this and saying, holy smokes, this is the olive branch? Like this is the stick, right? So that's the reaction that I heard a lot of. And I don't know how the revision will deal with that, or how our processes will deal with that, but that's what I heard loud and clear.
Yeah, I think that coupled with some of the language, particularly one was saying that Willow Creek was limited to the statutory mandated per pupil amount under LCFF. So to me, I think that kind of, the word limited rather than, legally entitled or, that's our mandatory contribution, kind of set the stage for this document to be viewed as this is what the limit is, but we're still willing to give this amount down below, and that's it. So I actually read this as a change in course. And so I'm hearing now that that was not the intent.
It was not the intent, and
Yeah.
the word that you pointed out may be one that we look to revise.
Right. Yeah, because I read through the court order, and it actually listed several places where it recognized that the district had discretion to provide funding above the minimum, either through negotiating for a share of the ad valorem property tax, the excess property tax. Also addressed the lawsuit in Marin County that if Willow Creek were to prevail, that there's nothing in the desegregation order that would prevent that court order from being upheld, nor in this particular court order for that to be upheld. So I think some of those nuances of the judgment were kind of lost within the memo or maybe misrepresented.
That was one of the reasons I recommended to revise, and thank you.
And then I just recommend maybe a review for some language that might be kind of hurt feelings. Not that we're in the business of not hurting feelings, but if there's a ways to rephrase it, where the parent brought up about we're sympathetic to the Willow Creek's plight. There may be some better word choices around that, or that Willow Creek's hoping the district would voluntarily donate millions to Willow Creek. It kind of inflates, I think, the current ask or the current discussion and the current issues. And maybe you meant that as something over many years, but I don't think that's the current discussion that's going on. And I'm more than happy to sit down with you and go through this and just share some of my other thoughts, but those are kind of the top.
Thank you.
Thanks. And I really appreciate your willingness to keep working on this, and I appreciate the intent to try to take a rather legally complicated ruling and try and make it understandable, digestible, and in language and try to express intent. So I thank you for the intent, and I think that we'll be able to come up with you'll be able to come up with a better document with some support and other, just always having another set of eyes is always helpful with these kinds of things. It's really complicated to write them. So I thank you.
Well, I really appreciate everybody's comments, and I want to just say that, the district is so often depicted as this non-responsive and in error and tit for tat and all this. And I just, it's hard to hear that. It's hard not to be able to respond. So from where I'm sitting, hoping beyond hope that unification prevails and that we will be united and operating a much more efficient machine of education that we simply can't do with a kind of litigation and really a tremendous expenditure of wasteful of energy that doesn't really make it to the classroom. I'm really hoping that we will get through this. And I have to say that oftentimes it feels from where I'm sitting that there is the narrative about what the district is doing and hoping to do doesn't make it to the parents. And I have to say that I think we can share responsibility for that. And by that I say, when speaking, the we I'm referring to is the leadership of Willow Creek and here in the district. And I really encourage each and every one of us to look into our hearts and to say, could I have gone to another town hall meeting and actually participated? Could I have gone to another SAG meeting and actually paid attention and really listened? Because I don't feel like we're getting support in this effort from a lot of the people who are really responsible and highly trusted by their parents and their teachers. So that's where I'm coming from in this, and I hope that we can, as much energy as it deserves, fine-tune this instrument, this highly disruptive document, mostly in a way to look forward and to bring us forward rather than to let it be another thing that we, beat each other up over. So that's my admission. And if there are any more board comments, if not, then...
Can I make a request?
Yes.
If we got a few cards here, if our discussion mitigated your question, please just pass when your name's called.
Yes, all right. Thanks for that. First up, April Gregory.
Hi, I'm April. I'm a first grade teacher at Willow Creek Academy. And I just wanted to bring up a few other points because what I'm hearing from the board is a need for some more information about kind of what's happening in Willow Creek classrooms around families leaving, why they're leaving, who's leaving. And I just want to first say that as a teacher, my messaging has been extremely pro-unification. This needs to happen. I've become pretty good friends with David Finan over there. Not trying to call him out, he's on his phone. Hi, David. And I'm personally doing everything I can to try to make this a collaborative process and to learn more about the history of the district, both schools, etc. But I just want to share some facts. So 20% of the students from my class last year have left Willow Creek Academy, and they were all white families. And so when I hear Josh talking about flight, for me in my classes, it is actually white flight, which really scares me a lot. And then this year, in the first grade classes combined, 5 students have either already left or have requested recommendation to leave. All of them are also white families. And then just to speak a little bit to the concern about teachers possibly leaving Willow Creek. I will be at Willow Creek next year, and I've made that commitment. I'm very excited to come back, but I know that many of my colleagues do not feel that way, and there's a few reasons for that. I can't get into all the specifics, but I think one thing that is really frightening for us is what we're having to consider as non-essential at our school. They're all things that are actually quite essential when I think about the makeup of my students in my class. I live in San Francisco. I don't live in this community, and I taught in San Francisco Unified for 1 year before I couldn't take it anymore. And I'm really scared that I'm seeing kind of those things that happened in that district kind of starting to happen here in some ways. And just one last little thing, as far as the profile of the students in my class go, and just to kind of make us think about the kind of resources that a classroom at Willow Creek needs. In my class, I have 1 student with Down syndrome, 1 student with emotional disturbance, 1 student with dyslexia, 3 English learners whose MAP scores indicate severe learning gaps, and that's nearly half my class right there. So this is a plea to this board and to the Willow Creek Academy board. We need this solution to come soon, very, very soon. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Jennifer Wall. Okay. All right. Kurt Weinsheimer.
Yeah, thanks. So first off, thanks for keeping this on the agenda. I do think it's a really important thing for us to be having dialogue. I think that's what can be, can kind of start breaking some of the ice. I do also think that it's really important. I think there's been some questions around supportive unification. Just a quick reminder, we set a proposal and a resolution for unification to get this whole ball rolling. So we have been very pro-unification since the start. As you may recall, I ran on it unsuccessfully. I think it's really important that we go there. I think that it's a testament to the support that our leadership has had for the unification process. If you look at the number of families from Willow Creek that were at the unification meetings, that have participated in the unification work groups, that have filled out the surveys, they're looking for our leadership to say, should I be spending time and energy into this? And we have said yes, and yes, and yes. I think that's really important. And I also think that it's important for us to note that unification and sustainability of both schools, that's a false choice. We can do both, and we've talked about the need to do both for well over a year. And we talked about we need it in the fall to build support for families. Let's make this happen. We said we're going to have this first interim budget, in which I know in the note it says we failed to balance our budget. We did balance our budget. And as you know, we receive, right, the state minimum. So we're running a school next year on $4.5 million for 370 students. The budget here is $5.9 million for 110 students. So when you say we failed to balance our budget, we're balancing the budget. And then to get penalized later for saying, how could you get rid of art, music, and Spanish? It's like an abusive relationship. You get yelled at for giving, and then where do you go from there? So what we're really looking for is the language in this. First of all, I think it's important to note, I gave you a long letter. I think it's important that you respond to that and work through that. I think my biggest concern about the language in this is consistent language that we have heard from people. I think it's really important to change this language because families are losing faith in us as leaders when we say, believe, trust, we're going to get there. And they see this. They see that you put videos on the website that say, this was all because of Willow Creek. They lose faith in me when I say, have faith in this. We've got to figure this out. We've got to figure this out. But I want you to know it's very important. We have been trying to be as supportive of this process. And they're not mutually exclusive. We can support both schools and drive to unification. Thank you.
Richard?
Hello, my name is Richard Bonnet, Sausalito resident. I attended the school board meeting a month ago, and the topic of discussion was, how do we deal with the student attrition? You know, what are we going to do? And I got a little frustrated listening to all the reasons why we couldn't do it. And so I got up here and said, I believe if I got the right people in a room tonight, we'd come out with a decision and quit screwing around with this. Every week, every month that goes by, being another 10 students, and that's actually happened. It's going to be another 10 next week or next month. So that's got to be resolved. Now, Josh, you said after I talked last time, that scared the shit out of me. That was my intention. Apparently it didn't work. I don't know what I have to do. I do invite Kurt and Itoko to get in a room with me, and I'll lock the damn door, and we won't come out until we've got an agreement. So when are we meeting? That's it.
We're going to be wrapping up with one last comment. If you have something else to say on this matter, please bring us your card. Thank you. Okay. Yasmin? No. Okay. So you... Okay. Okay. Kate?
Hi, Kate Gothrow, Willow Creek parent and member of the Fiscal Integrity and Transparency Working Group. I have just sort of a kind of group of thoughts here that I'm writing down as we go along, so try and stay with me, please, and indulge me here for a second. I think that the language that we use as we talk about unification is tremendously important, and this has already been said, so I don't want to dwell on it, but it was just said a minute ago. I think there's a pattern of punitive sounding language directed at Willow Creek, which is not instructive. And what came to mind as I was reading this report was the letter that was sent around the late facilities request I think that was the October board meeting, and that was very much, it had a very threatening tone to Willow Creek. I think that pattern now, if we can call 2 incidences a pattern, is breaking down trust. And we really need to be mindful of that. In the report, Trustee Van Alst, you just mentioned the use of the word limit and discussion around obligation. I think we need to have a transparent conversation around discretion, which we're not. We're talking around what the obligations are, but there is discretion that's being exercised. And I think that we need to talk about that very publicly. If it is the board's discretion to not fund Willow Creek, then say that out loud and be clear about that. One thought that I do want to read, we finally, as the Fiscal Integrity and Transparency Group, we finally submitted our report today. We apologize for our lateness. We've taken this task very seriously. And while I am standing here as myself, I do want to go ahead and read one of our major findings from that. And that is finding number 5. Underfunding of programs at Willow Creek puts at risk the goal of the Unification Task Force of creating one great unified school. Underfunding can result in the underpreparation of the community's students as we approach unification. Additionally, this increases the likelihood of student and teacher attrition, diminishing the eventual population and talent of a unified school. Careful, timely handling of the transition is paramount to achieving a successful outcome. If the goal of the district is a unified school, then we need to start acting immediately in the interest of the collective body of students in the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Monica Moore?
Hello, I'm Monica. I am a parent of a 5th grader at Willow Creek. So my thoughts are kind of all over the place, but to try to keep them in one place. Just quickly, the letter was a little disturbing to me, but I'll leave it at that. I'm actually, where do I start? I'm actually moving up to Novato, and my son has been at Willow Creek since kindergarten. A lot of the same kids since kindergarten. I've even still considered bringing my son down to Willow Creek from Novato because this is where he's been, and he's had so much growth at Willow Creek, and the resources that he needs, that he gets, which has allowed him to excel, have been amazing. And some of his current classmates that he's been with since kindergarten are actually exploring other schools. My plan is not to remove him from the school, but all of this is concerning. And I am moving. My plan, he will be at Willow Creek as long as Willow Creek's there, but it's very uncomfortable to know he's going to middle school next year, and it's like, what does middle school look like for him? Middle school is a big leap for kids, and it's uncomfortable. Not knowing what can happen, what's going to be taken away, what's going to be there, what's not going to be there. And then just to see that, again, like I mentioned, kids that are in his 5th grade class that he's been with since kindergarten are possibly leaving right as we speak. And I don't want to be another parent doing that. I love Willow Creek. I live here in Marin City, and I mentioned at a meeting before, I grew up in the Sausalito Marin City School District, even since preschool. So I'm very familiar with the educational system around here. But yes, so all this is kind of really disturbing to me, and again, I want to keep my son at Willow Creek, and I love the school. But this is really not reassuring to know what's going to go on. So, thank you.
Thank you. Alina.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alina and Monder, and I have 2 children at Willow Creek. I also sit on the Willow Creek board. And I just wanted to come up here just to talk from the perspective of being on the UTF, the Unification Task Force. That it's been a growing process within our group. We've been coming together almost every week to talk about, what this process is and how we can really unify the schools and all the kids will benefit from it. However, I read the letter and it was so discouraging and it was so disappointing. So discouraging and so disappointing and so contradictory to what we've been discussing. I think the words that really stuck with me were that Willow Creek is not a school in the district. like we don't belong. But yet, on our surveys, both schools are in the district. It was just disheartening and confusing. So I'm sure we'll talk about that a little bit more. But I wanted everyone to hear, my perspective on that.
Thank you. Or is there a more comment on 803?
We're out of cards, apparently.
Oh,
Steve's
okay.
got a big supply over here.
Yeah, I will add you to the card you've already submitted.
I want to say that when I read this letter, my reaction was, this is clear. I mean, I read what the San Francisco Superior Court said in response to the request to set aside the AG's judgment, and I thought it made it really clear what was being said, period. And it said that legally, Willow Creek is a separate entity. Legally, Willow Creek this, legally, the district that. It wasn't an opinion. It wasn't, and to me, I feel like there's this letter and there was another one where things were spelled out like, we've requested this, we haven't gotten that. That's just transparency, I think. I really do. And I get that it landed on people a different way, but it also didn't land that way for other people. It didn't feel like, ooh, this is going to provoke them, or this is, because nobody really wants that. And it just comes back again to trust. There was something that came up at the desegregation meeting advisory group, and it was something like, expect good intent. Be here expecting good intent. And I believe there is good intent. I mean, anyway, I just want to say that. Everybody's saying how the letter landed on them, and I just wanted to say that's how it landed on me. Just clear. Let's just be clear. Let's be transparent about what's happening. What's the communication? What are we dealing with? Thanks.
Thank you. Is there another card on this matter? Okay, and if there's going to be another one, don't wait. Let's keep them going. Donald Parker.
My name is Don Parker. I'm a member of the community, and I have a grandson, and my other grandkids have gone through Willow Creek. And sitting here listening to all the comments of everybody, I'm a landlord also, and I get probably 2 or 3 calls a week on people, potential tenants, calling me to ask me what is wrong with the school system down here, and why is there so much money available and we have such a dysfunctional school system. I have other tenants who have moved out because of our school systems here. I have other tenants that are single and their kids are out and out of college, and that's the only reason that they're here. And what I'm saying is the money that you guys have is our taxpayers' money. I don't care where it comes from, it's our taxpayers' money. And I think our money needs to be equally divided and take care of all the kids, not just what this Attorney General says or whatever. But you guys going for more taxes, trying to put more taxes, you should see my tax bills. They're ridiculous. We got a TAM school bond, we're still paying for this school, and you guys are trying to go for more taxes. I mean, we have plenty of money. Why don't we share the money and use it where it's needed? Because not only are you hurting our school, you're hurting the whole community, our property values. People want to live here. It's a beautiful place. But with the dysfunctional school system that we have, I mean, I myself is not going to be able to afford to stay around here with the waste of money that I see going on within this school district. And all I got to say is you guys need to really, really, really get it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more public comment? Any comment from the board?
I have a couple. We were asked to talk openly about discretion, and I want to make it very clear. This board is exercising discretion on what to do beyond the minimum funding for Willow Creek. If that got lost in the shuffle, glad you called it out. There is discretion in this budget, and that's part of why I voted against it. If we had no discretion, probably just vote to support it, but we do. So thanks for bringing that up if you're confused. The other thing I want to get to is this theme of flight tonight. For many months, I was told, oh, Josh, your fears on flight are just fears. We don't know how many kids might be leaving. We just don't know. And then over the summer, 30 kids left. Well, we got to figure out why those kids left. What's going on. We don't know why they left or even who they are. Now we're hearing 30% of the 5th grade might leave. And I think it might be an underestimate based on people able to move. Like, I doubt you were counted in the move to Novato. I'm glad you might stay. Well, Josh, 5th grade is a logical transition point to middle school. That's when people might move around. 20% of the 1st grade is in the same boat. Let's do the math. That's 80 to 120 kids potentially moving next year. I had predicted, I thought it would be in the 50 to 100 range. Looks like I might not be far off, and I was told my estimates are crazy high. No budget, the district budget nor Willow Creek's budget, is anticipating this kind of flight. So the problems that Willow Creek and the district are having now over money are going to get a whole lot worse if these numbers hold, because nobody's budgeting for that. I have to go back to Richard in closing. I do believe, maybe with a different method, that getting the leadership of these two organizations together to hash out the very few sticking points they may have on unification and what to do in the interim to mitigate flight and to continue to operate in any interim period should not be that complex. It's at least 2 years overdue, and it needs to be our priority. I have heard that we are scheduling some joint board meeting. I don't think I've even seen a doodle poll on that. For a joint board meeting? I don't know, maybe I saw a doodle poll for a reschedule of next month, but we're scheduling this? Not on my calendar yet. We have to get ahead of this, and these comments echo it. That's all I have to say.
Well, I echo your concerns. Being part of the task force, at times I'm energized and at times I'm frustrated at the slow-moving pace of it, but we're trying to be methodical, gather input from a lot of sources, which unfortunately takes time. These surveys took a lot of time. And I've been part of processes that were rushed through, where we didn't get community input and community support, and it was a disaster. So we're trying to find that right balance between gathering the community input, community support, and trying to do this as fast as possible. We've unfortunately had to move it from February to March. We'll give a report later on some of our meetings that we've scheduled. Yes, there is a joint board meeting that came out of last Friday's meeting. So yes, there will be polls going out on that. So I hear everyone loud and clear, and it concerns me as well. And you're right, nobody's budgeting for this. And it certainly will not get us towards our number one goal, which is desegregation, and meeting those percentages that are 2, 5, 10 years out in the desegregation order. Right now, if we combine everybody together, I think we could barely meet them. The fact that we're losing families is a concern.
Well, I guess I want to say I really want to thank you for your efforts, and I'm sorry, I think, is Mr. Parks here? I think the thing that I hope that we don't forget is that actually Bayside MLK is doing really well this year. I mean, we've heard from the results, and we know that Willow Creek is a fabulous school, and what we're trying to do is avert the problems for this coming year. But we've got 2 really excellent schools. So we just want to come up with a really knockout, amazing school that we put together.
Yep. And Mr. Parks, I want to echo Trustee Huff's comments because, you know, when I got on the board, this school had been, I mean, I think I can't be specific, 4 or 5 different principals, 5 or 6 different superintendents. And I'm very proud that we've had an outstanding principal doing wonderful work and building a cadre of teachers who are really committed to our kids. And now we have a superintendent who is really committed to this process. So I would love for us to do whatever we all help each other change the story as it exists now, it's happening, and change the story as it will exist in our future. That's all in our hands. And that's all I want to say.
Go ahead. I thought you were finished.
Are there more comments on this, 803?
I just wanted to add, you're talking about the history and the improvements of the school. My children went through Willow Creek. My one daughter, 9 years, the other 8. When we started, Willow Creek ate lunch outside. They were not allowed to share the NPR. When we started, our music program was a teacher playing piano who came part-time to sit in the classrooms. The art was integrated into the classroom. All the teachers were multi-subject credentialed teachers. So I've seen Willow Creek put my sweat equity, hard energy into watching the school grow, thrive, and become the class school, number 8 in the state as far as charter schools while we were there. And so now to see it reverse and potential cuts to the programming and to revert back to where it was before is difficult to watch and difficult to see. I'm thrilled that Bayside MLK is where it is today, and I don't want to see that to become dismantled or harmed in any way. But I feel the same for Willow Creek. So that's why I wanted to recommended the task force. That's why I'm a part of it. That's why I'm in these meetings. I volunteered tons of hours outside of this to do research and collaboration. Because I do believe in this process, and I believe we're going to get there. Is it going to be easy? No. But I believe that we all want to make this happen. Because I've been on the board for 7 years, probably 50% of our time has been fighting over money. And that's got to stop. So I'm really looking forward to the next month, because I think what everyone's been waiting for is going to happen. That's my hope.
Yeah, and I'm going to say last night here in this room, last night, was just a tiny preview with the collaboration of the 5th grade students of what we are aiming for. And it's very heartening. You just think, wow, it really is about this, and we really are in a unique place in the state and in the nation to realize and something that has eluded a lot of people. And I think we got the right people in the mix, and I know we have the right kids. Last one here. And please, can I ask you if you want to comment on 803, please, that's fine, you go, but can I have your card, Marilyn?
Our third last call.
Yeah, this is the last call. If you want to make a comment, you've missed it. We'll never get out of here, so.
I was actually going to just not say this, but because of all of the back and forth about resolving everything and the, what's the word when something's out there just looming over you and nobody's saying anything about it?
The elephant in the room. Oh.
The elephant in the room is a lawsuit. I don't know how in the world trust can be built when there's a lawsuit hanging over your head. And so I implore Josh, Caroline, I don't have any doubt but that the other 3 members of this board have been pushing it to get moved out of the way. But I implore you, because you have inside words, inside heart with the Willow Creek Board. Drop those lawsuits. Then perhaps you can sit down and have a negotiation. But if you negotiate a dime more than you already are, with those lawsuits over your head costing us money, costing Willow Creek money. They say they're getting from somewhere else, but that's money they could include for the education of the children. That's money that could be put forward for the education. If somebody else is giving money for a lawsuit, tell them to give money for the school. That's where you need it. You don't need it for a lawsuit. So please, you're talking about give us the money, drop the lawsuits. Move them out of the way so we can move forward with business. You cannot. And frankly, this board shouldn't be sitting here talking about this stuff with a lawsuit over your head. You don't say anything to your opponent on a lawsuit outside of the presence of your counsel, and your counsel does all the talking. You need to shut up and let the counsels talk, because you got a lawsuit on your heads. Please drop the lawsuit, Kurt and Jeff, or take the money from the lawsuit and pay your bills.
So the implication, I won't speak for Caroline, that I somehow can influence the drop of a lawsuit is false. The nature of the lawsuit that I understand to still be open is related to the legality of our budget, which I don't think we're commenting on tonight. I think we're commenting on flight and unification and a number of other issues, not the legality of the budget. I've made no comment on it, and I don't intend to. I have made a comment on our ability to use discretion, which I don't believe is a part of that lawsuit. I think it's just known. So I think at the end of the day, what you are suggesting in a very different way is kind of aligned with what I think I'm suggesting, which is get the parties together, perhaps with counsel. I don't mind counsel being in the room, that's probably a good thing, to figure out our way through and to do it quickly to get ahead of the flight. And if we're on the same page there, then let's celebrate that. I think Richard is, he'd like to lock us in that room, and let's move as fast as we can.
No, and I echo Josh's statements. The fastest way through this contention and the lawsuits is to unify. It would resolve years of discord in this district. And as far as me shutting up because we have a lawsuit, I was advised by council that I, as an elected official, can speak what I feel and speak my belief, and it will not jeopardize the district's position. So, no, I will not shut up.
Okay.
Thank you all. I mean, it's great that people care. And if we can get in the same stream and let our kids flow happily on to high school and wonderful lives, then we will have a lot to celebrate. I think we can wrap up 8:03 and move on to 8:04. Thank you, David.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Nice to see you. Things continue to roll along in a relatively productive and calm manner here at Bayside MLK. We have experienced of late a few student and family crises since I last saw you, but we are working through those internally and with our county resources and doing everything we can to support our kids and families. That said, I just want to underscore that our kids and families' assets and their skills and their commitment continue to shine through here every day at Bayside. And I feel like we have a lot of momentum as we continue the transformation of our school. Enrollment is up slightly. We have 119 students as of today. We have several students or families that have been inquiring and touring of late for mid-year enrollment, which is interesting. We also have a lot of interest, in particular in TK, for next year. So that's exciting as well. Switching gears, Flora Sanchez is in the middle of ELL, it's called LPAC testing with all of our ELD students, and so we're anxious to see the results and the progress of our students. We have multiple field trips that have been happening in the last month. Kids have been to the Sausalito Historic Museum, or I'm not sure exactly. I was writing this and I'm like, where exactly did they go? They went somewhere where they were learning about Marinship Corporation and other things associated with the area. We have our first graders, we're just at Brandeis School up in, I believe, Terra Linda. A young student from White Hill Middle School, where I used to be at, contacted me a couple of years ago and wanted to start a program between Brandeis and our first grade. She began it with Miss Banks and then handed it off to Samantha Kelly, and so they've continued with that. It's called the Two Strings program, and they started by creating pen pals, and the kids would send, our kids had strings and they cut them in half and sent half to the kids at Brandeis and vice versa, and then they tied them together and made bracelets, and it's really been a pretty sweet thing that's been continuing now. It's on year 3. And also kids have been to the Bay Area Discovery Museum, and our middle school students are beginning to visit Tam High School for tours, and also the annual journalism program where our kids participate with their journalism students in creating like a magazine, if you will, of highlighting kids from Tam and Bayside MLK. So that's all in planning and will be happening shortly. We had a great, amazing mindfulness training with Chelsea True last Wednesday, and we celebrated National Play Day. Dr. Garcia encouraged us to participate in this nationwide experience where kids simply play for a day while at school. And with so much conversation about assessment and data and outcomes, sometimes it's nice to just play. And so with the support of Phil Logan and Roderick Sweeney and Paul Austin in particular, as well as Shannon Bynum, who's a new staff member here, and LaDonna Jones, we had a full day of play, which was really exciting. I also want to recognize that, he's still here, Julius arranged for an amazingly tasty meal for our students, both in or for our teachers, both at breakfast and at lunch. So thank you, Julius, for that. We have our second round of narrative writing celebration tomorrow morning. And so at 8:15, after we actually do the first ever David Finan led, I mean, it's not really about me, but Dr. T's been asking me to do this since she met me. And 2.5 years later, I had the energy and the bandwidth to do it. We are going to start tomorrow morning by recognizing students that have made targeted growth in reading in grades 1st through 8th. And there will be different awards that they'll get, and it will all lead up, depending on the grade level, for the younger kids, lead up to a super reader medal along the way. And then the upper grade kids aren't so much interested in a medal, so I think that they will get a gift card from Starbucks or something small, but to them meaningful. So that's exciting. And then we'll move into our narrative writing celebration. And if you recall, that's when the kids get split up, one from each grade in small groups, and then they go off to different spaces and they all share their writing with their peers. And what's most interesting about that for me is that they each get to see what a TK looks like when they share their narrative story, all the way up to what an 8th grader. And you can kind of see the developmental process of writing from a 4 or 5-year-old all the way to a 13-year-old. It's pretty neat. I wanted to let you know that Chandrika Zager from the County of Marin shared with us this week the 3-year Health and Human Services County Plan, which is currently out for public comment. And in that plan, the county is recommending that the unconditional education program through Seneca be funded for another 3 years. They're also recommending that a full-time MSW be placed at Bayside MLK with no Medi-Cal strings attached, which means that they can see kids regardless of their insurance situation. That's something that I've been literally begging Chandrika for and the county for 3 years, and they really have been listening. It's just all about funding cycles, and we're on the cusp of a new 3-year plan. And that is part of the plan. It's really exciting because we need more resources and we need less strings attached. We will be starting our 3rd round of map testing March 9th. Is the next meeting the 13th, 12th? No, the next board meeting here, the March 5th? Okay, so I guess I'll get you then in April. I wasn't sure if it was the 12th. I might have had some hot off the press news, but we'll be doing that in early March. Also wanted to share that thanks to Yasmin at Willow Creek Parent, we have arranged, I spoke to Emily today, and we've confirmed plans to send out an email. I'll be sending out an email to Bayside parents, sharing dates and times of tours at Willow Creek for families from Bayside so they can destigmatize or understand or learn and enjoy what's happening at Willow Creek. And Emily will be sending out invitations to Willow Creek families to come and tour Bayside MLK with me so we can share what's happening here. And we're both, I think, very optimistic that that will further bring our families together and move us forward towards unification. And then finally, I just want to share, and I know it's been discussed a couple times, last night was so remarkably inspiring and meaningful and real. One of the things that my hope was, among others, and I know others' hope was as well, is that we could continue to have the Black History Month and not just that celebration, but through the month. Continue and even expand on having it be real to the kids and not just something that they celebrate and then they don't think about again, but they truly have learning and meaning and it's happening in their classrooms and they can display that meaning at Black History Month celebration. And what struck me last night, and I want to credit Phil Logan for working with so many of our teachers one-on-one, is that it was clear that our kids truly understood the history of African Americans in this country in particular, and the focus was around voting and voting rights and the importance of voting. And you could tell that those 7-year-old second graders understood why it mattered to vote, and they also understood that there were times when people that looked like them weren't allowed to vote, and that it wasn't that long ago. So I want to give credit. I also want to thank our entire staff, our parents, and the community. And lastly, I just want to say on a really personal level that, and I shared this with a group, including Yasmin this morning, because she was also instrumental in helping get kids here for the celebration from Willow Creek, which was so remarkably inspirational to have kids from Willow Creek and Bayside together, and they were so excited to be together. Sometimes I think we lose sight of who we're talking about when we're in this room, and when you see them on stage together, it really brings it to the forefront. What I shared in my email this morning was simply that I was really struck as much by the joy and inspiration in the eyes of the Willow Creek parents and our parents as they saw our kids working together and performing together. As much as I was struck by how wonderful our kids were, I kept turning from the stage to the audience to see the feeling in the room. From truly, it felt like everyone in the room. And I couldn't help but wish, I can't help but wish right now that going forward we could focus on unification and have it happen in a boardroom or a multipurpose room and not happen in a courtroom. Thank you.
I just want to say I continue to be super supportive of the work you're doing and love to hear your updates. So thank you for everything that's going on. And this isn't necessarily directed at you, but just more of a general point of reference for maybe the next year. As I understood last night, was it 5th grade only, or was it bigger than that?
It was just 5th grade. Emily had written and asked about what we were doing, and I explained what we typically do, and I said the challenge, of course, Emily, is if we're going to have 400 to 500 kids and all their families, we would need to rent out the exhibition hall at the Civic Center. So she wrote back and said, totally get it. How about if we have our 5th grades? I think the 5th graders were leading the effort on Black History Month at Willow Creek, so we settled on that because it was a more manageable number.
So a couple calendars to plug into for the future. The CYO basketball calendar, that event was scheduled on top of the 5th grade boys basketball practice. So there were 8 boys at that practice that weren't at that event, which is significant relative to the population of 5th grade. And it was also the Cub Scouts for this area. It was their monthly pack meeting, perhaps their most significant of the year because they turn in their Pinewood Derby cars, which is significant for Cub Scouts. And there were a number of 5th graders at that meeting, which was right after the basketball practice. So it's very difficult to schedule calendars, I know, but there are some organizations like CYO and Cub Scouts that they publish their calendars way in advance, and I think we can get those in the future.
Thank you.
But I'm glad the event was successful despite those absences, so good to hear.
Thanks, Josh.
Yep.
Thank you. It was again, I mean, it was just a wonderful event. And to see so many parents here was just great. And to see, most especially the middle school kids, who, they just have grown so much and are so willing to participate in something that, isn't necessarily as cool as they'd like it to be, but they made it just their own. And the emphasis on voting was really wonderful. And the special day class, they were just amazing.
As always.
It was really fabulous. So, yeah. Thank you.
Any public comment on David?
Oh, sorry. Thanks. Oh, yeah, right.
Doesn't look like it.
I didn't get a card, so. Emily, please, thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. This always happens. By the time I get up, I'm sick and it's a little late, so my voice is kind of going. So I'm gonna do my best to move this along. But I just do want to mirror what David said. For me, last night was just such an incredible inspiration, and it was I guess it was a view into what this can be and what hopefully this will be once we can all figure out how to work this out. And I too am hoping that this can happen sooner rather than later, so we can talk about what's most important, and that is the progress of all of our kids. Our kids were so excited about what they did here last night that they're going to do it again tomorrow for the rest of our students during assembly. And as David said, the reason we selected our 5th grade to join is that at Willow Creek, every month a different grade level leads our monthly assemblies, and each monthly assembly is typically based on a life skill. This past month, our life skill was, it actually used to be tolerance, but I changed it to inclusion because I thought that was a much more powerful word, and we figured it tied in beautifully with Black History Month. So throughout the month, the kids have been celebrating various themes of Black History Month. We've had different grade levels join us throughout the month, and it just seemed like they would be the logical ones to join in the celebration. And then we'll be looking forward to doing the same for Women's History next month. Just a quick LCAP update for us. We were able to partner with the Youth Truth organization, so we got a 3-year grant to work with them on surveying our students, staff, and families. And we managed to get 94% of students, 74% of staff feedback, and 68% of our families, which we were really proud of. We spent a lot of time going to the basketball games here. We made sure that all of our friends from Marin City were literally knocking on doors this year to really improve our outcomes. So we're just now getting the results in, and we'll be sharing results with administrators, lead teachers, and then eventually when we come back from our vacation, we're going to have a big LCAP parent-teacher night on the 27th, where we'll be really starting to flesh out what next year's LCAP goals are going to look like. Let's see, as far as on the professional development front, one of our office assistants was able to attend the Welcoming Environment Workshops, which is a 2-part series offered through the MCOE, and the focus is on increasing in family involvement, exploring issues of equity and cultural competence with families. We found this year in general, MCOE's the quality of professional development, especially around equity and issues of race, have been really outstanding this year, and I definitely recommend it for anyone over at Bayside. Our student support specialists are attending mental health first aid training through Marin Health and Human Services. We sent several of our new teachers to attend responsive classroom training this past month, and we also had 3 staff members attend anti-bullying training, also through responsive classrooms. As we know, our Courageous Conversations all-staff training is going to be happening next month, and our grade level teams continue to receive ongoing coaching support, looking at student data, identifying target students, and creating action plans. Let's see. As far as just a quick update on, so we start our evaluation process a little bit later, so we are about 2/3 of the way through our teacher evaluations. In conjunction with evaluations, we've also sent out letters of intent to return for our staff members. So as I've been meeting with staff members, I'm having the conversations, and right now it looks like about 1/3 are undecided, which at Willow Creek doesn't happen. So I know our history is that our retention tends to be super high for our staff members, and a lot of staff are very worried. And then as far as our enrollment, yes, so the good news is we currently have about 20 applications for our kinder class next year, 2 for 6, 1 for first grade. We have our next enrollment tour is going to be tomorrow morning for incoming families, and on February 25th, we're also going to have an enrollment night for prospective families. It's usually hosted by our kindergarten teachers and families. Enrollment, as we've all discussed, so our current numbers are 365 total. We have 153 students from Sausalito, 152 from Marin City, and 60 from out of district. And so that is from between November and January, we have lost 12 students. Of those 12 students, 3 are socioeconomically disadvantaged, 9 are not. The demographics are 2 African American students and 10 white students. And then last but not least, just wanted to speak to a little bit. We recently dove into our MAP data. We decided to do our MAP testing a little bit different this year. We held the second MAP assessment was given about 2 weeks ago, and we're still finishing up with K-2. We've decided for our grades 3 to 8, we're not going to do the third MAP assessments. We're actually counting the CASP as that third assessment because the feedback we got from teachers is that the testing itself results in the loss of instructional time. So we're going to see how this works. Our K-2 will have the third MAP administration in the spring. But overall, we're really just upon preliminary analysis, we really like what we're seeing. Just for the purpose of this report, we just looked at percentage of students meeting their growth goals in both math and literacy. And what we saw overall, all students at 80% of all students at WCA met their growth goals in math and 79% in reading. Our Marin City students, 76% met their goals in math and 75% in reading. Of our African American students, 63% met their growth goals in math, 55% in reading. Of our Latinx students, 79% met their growth goals in math and 78% in reading. Our English language learners, which we're really happy to see, 87% met growth goals in math and 74% in reading. Students with disabilities, 62% met those growth goals in math, 71% in reading. Economically, our students receiving free or reduced lunch, 76% of those students met reading their growth goals in math and 75% in reading. And then as far as just the various intervention strategies we've been able to put in place to support our most vulnerable learners so far, K-2, we're seeing reading and math, small group intervention instruction, each group meeting 2 to 3 times a week. New this year in third grade small group intervention instruction in reading and math, each group meeting 2 to 3 times a week. In grades 4 to 8, we're seeing push-in support and monitoring progress and differentiation plans for grades 4 to 8 ELA and math. And then in 7th and 8th, we're seeing intervention for 8th grade students who are not in algebra, twice a week leveled reading comprehension and academic content and math online programs, and small group work, 2 to 3 teachers in the classrooms towards the end of the day during an intervention block. So all in all, there's a lot of, again, there's uncertainty in the air among our families and our teachers, but we're not seeing it with our kids because we're all working really hard to make sure that they don't have anything to worry about. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I also wanted to make sure that as we are going through things moving forward, there have been a lot of questions around budget and maybe some misunderstanding around deficit and so forth for next year. So we'll provide the report from December so that you guys can see where the challenges are so that we can understand that. Let's make sure that we're solving for kind of the full numbers that we need to solve for and not kind of, as we said, almost saving the patient. I think it's going to be really important for us to look and see, to get creative. I think we need to all understand kind of what the full problems are that we're trying to solve for as far as those gaps. So that'll be something we'll provide in advance of the sessions that we're looking to plan. Okay, and then as far as when we talk about the different meetings and sessions that we're having. I do think that it's going to be important for us to figure out what is the preparation work that we need, what's the information that we need in order to make that happen. So, thank you. Are there any questions you have for us around budgeting?
This is a question or a comment, but as I mentioned earlier, I don't think the budgeting scenarios from either organization are factoring in the potential of high flight. If I remember right, it's kind of steady state enrollment baked into the budget for Willow Creek. And so we're getting very strong early indicators for potentially not steady state enrollment. And I think both organizations need to factor that into the budget discussion. So I hope we do that as we work through the planning. And the kinder applications have come up a couple of times tonight. And I think you said this is similar to what you've seen in previous years at this time. My experience with those applications is that most families applying to private school also put in an application to Willow Creek. And, you know, even if they get into private school, they sometimes reassess and come to Willow Creek. And then a number will go to private school and just cancel. So in context of what we're hearing, my fear is that the raw number of applications might be where you normally see it, but the people really intending to exercise those applications could be in jeopardy. So I don't want to misread that. I don't want either party to misread that as we're going to do okay in kindergarten. So I guess I'm transferring the flight concerns that I keep hitting every time I talk to the budgeting process.
Yeah, and I think that really comes down to the discretionary spending. So, you know, right now it's set where Willow Creek does get funded, minimum funding based on per student. That is actually the equal protection that we're trying to, that we're working through the courts with, because if that discretion is used in a different way, not based on per student, then there's potential for us to make adjustments as needed. And so that's where I think that if we can look and anticipate, yes, there's an aspect of per student need, but then there's also the aspect of what do we need to do to support and satisfy. And so I think what we can do is, I think by working together we can solve for that. I think the biggest thing that we can do is, I actually think the best way to unification is actually, let's stabilize things now. That will open everyone up to really be leaning into the unification. So I think the faster we can have these sessions, the faster we can have the discussions around settling all of this, I think that will help kind of stem that tide, because yes, that's what we saw this year. We saw that we had pretty good applications and then we had low enrollment. Really, you know, March 15th is the final of the final. You know, January, you know, there's the fall, then there's January, and then this is really the final of the final. So, you know, that's why we're really trying to lean in, and that's why we've been leaning so hard on both unification and stabilization, because stabilization is super critical, short-term step to help us get to where we need to be.
Thanks.
Yep.
Can I, are we done with, okay. I just had, first of all, Emily, thank you so much for the report, and it's really exciting to see the progress and the great work that your team does. And I'm just curious about when the Women's History event will be, and, and which grade level is going to do that. That's okay. Terrific. Thank you.
Yeah, great report, Emily. I mean, sounds really good, and the small group interventions sounds really wonderful, and thank you for staying so late. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I guess is there public comment? If not, we'll move on to the governor's proposed budget.
Great. Yes, thank you. I'm here tonight to present the governor's proposed budget for the 2021 school year. As Dr. Garcia said, he and I attended a presentation for School Services of California in Sacramento in January. Also, we attended the presentation that was done at the Marin County Office of Ed This presentation is kind of a compilation of documents received from CASBO, which is the California Association of School Business Officials, AXA, which is the Association of California School Administrators, and then, of course, both of those presentations. I'm going to go rather quickly because it was pretty much good news. Life is pretty good in the state of California. These are some of the highlights from the presentation. And it never fails in 12 years of giving budget presentations. When I start, I clear the room. So, I have a strong, thick skin, so I'm totally fine. So the highlights from the governor's proposal itself, the economy is still growing, though it's starting to slow a little bit. One-time programs are in the 2021 proposal, but of a smaller scale. Continue to build up the reserves, a full funded COLA, but of course there's some economic uncertainty coming forward. So in the economy and the reserves itself, Brandon, overall the U.S. economy paints a promising picture of full employment, at least that's what the state is, or at least that's the comment. So unemployment's at low levels. Housing, consumer spending continues to be strong. UCLA updated their economic forecast and said it was a little better for the future, which is kind of nice. And of course, the stock market is doing very well. There are some economic risks coming into the state of California. Wildfires in the state of California, plus also the power shutdowns, definitely have an economic impact to the overall budget. The federal deficits and the trade deficits, especially the trade tariffs, that is the impact it has on California. And I find it quite interesting is that school services mentioned the Boeing 737 MAX grounding, as well as an article on NPR, as I was listening, talking about the economic impact to the federal economy from Boeing's grounding of their 737 MAX 8 fleet. It could be a 0.5% of a 0.5% loss of the GDP, 0.5% loss to the GDP if they continue to not get back in the air.
Well, are you hearing anything about updates to the economic impact of the coronavirus?
The current who?
The coronavirus?
No, I haven't heard anything about that yet, but I'm sure there probably will be. There was some initial conversation about over the impact it could have on trade, because products are not coming out of China and what they'll eventually not be coming into the state of California.
Right.
Some of the highlights from the proposal itself, these are just the big picture. As Dr. Garcia said, there weren't a lot of details. This is just his proposal in January. They'll spend the spring getting through trailer bills, and then he'll come back out in May and do the May revise, and that's when the details come out. And we can start to get a little excited or a little upset, depending on the overall budget, and then when it goes for the final adoption. So you can see teacher education and development, community schools, opportunity grants, computer science, preschool, school nutrition, which was actually a shock because they never do anything for school nutrition. Special education, they're going to take on a big project, and of course LCAP. So just some highlights on a few of these. Teacher education, development, retention. The plan is for $900 million for teacher training and professional development. Community schools, which is really directed for us, $300 million for grants for the LEAs, us, local education agency that is supporting community school models, which would be us directly. Of course, no details on what that looks like, no idea about the grant, but that would be definitely something for watch. And opportunity grants, a lot of money for the state's low-performing schools, so that may be some opportunity for the school district. Computer science, putting some money aside to try to get teachers to go out and get their credentials for technology and computer science credentials, so they can, so for technology education in the school sites. Preschool is something that we'll definitely be watching. I think there's a desire in the community and a desire in the district to really look at a preschool program on campus or somewhere in the district itself. So it's not a huge amount of money, but it definitely is something that is set aside for, or at least the plan is for preschool, for facilities, and also to expand those programs. School nutrition, some money set aside to, or at least planned, to actually increase the meal reimbursement rates in the state. I don't think they've been touched in years. But another part of that was training for food service staff and to expand the farm to school grant program. And then special education, some money set aside, which is probably, could potentially have one of the bigger impacts on us as a school district. Right now, the way that special education is funded in the state, The idea is to actually spend some time looking at the current funding model and redevelop it. And it could be, at least one of the comments was made, is just like we went from a revenue limit calculations to the local control funding formula, take the AB 602 model of funding, which is essentially done by ADA, and change that to some other system to where you're funding the kids that you have. The big one is that there's money in preschool as well. But there's a change. This year we got a little money for one-time money in preschool, could be used for anything. For us it was about $80,000, which will go right into the general fund to help pay for the $1.2 million contribution for special ed. But this money set aside in the governor's budget has strings attached. It's one time, but it must be used for new and improved services. So now we're all starting to scratch our heads. That sure sounds like a categorical program of one-time money. So what do you do? So we're hoping that gets fleshed out with some more details so we actually can have some flexibility to use it as we need, or there's some, at least a commitment to some ongoing cash.
I don't know if you're going to move on. Special education funding reform, as I remember reading, they're going to fund based on the type of service as opposed to ADA.
Say that again?
They're going to fund based on the type of service as opposed to ADA?
My understanding, because it's very initial, it's the idea of funding on the kids that you have, not just necessarily the ADA of that group.
Oh, I see.
So
we have a high special ed percentage. So
we do,
yeah.
we do. But there is a little caveat, which I was going to save for March, but I'll do it now. Our per pupil funding for special ed for excess costs, or at least for funding for special ed in Marin County, is really high. And the idea for special ed is that they want to get special ed students and school districts up to a certain level. We're already about $150 per student above that. So this new money, unless anything changes depending on the details, we won't see more funding for that.
Well, I hope it was a hold harmless.
Oh, no, we won't get we won't get less. And there is some conversation about hold harmless for those districts.
Yeah.
But it sounds great, but we'll probably be one of those districts that don't really see that impact.
Well, thanks.
Yeah. LCAP, the idea is some money set aside to change to an LCAP online portal for public access. And then the key was actually, I thought was kind of, it's one of those things is like, really it took us this long to think about that. It's the idea to put the LCAP and the SARC, the Student Accountability Report Card, in the same site. That way when parents go to look for a document, they're there together and they're not going to different places trying to find the LCAP and then trying to find the SARC itself. So some other key points, as in the plan, it's $2 billion towards the reserves and rainy day fund to total $18 billion. I've seen Gavin Newsom on a wide range of TV shows and evening shows, and he says that every single time that there's an $18 billion surplus in the state of California. It's almost like he's running for office. PERS and STIRS continue to increase without state assistance. If you remember last year, he gave a little bit of money in the budget to kind of help offset PERS and STIRS continued increases. That money's not, we didn't get any more, or at least it's not even proposed at this point. So you see those rates for 1920. School facilities, there is the bond measure on March 3rd. Could be a potential for the state of California and all the school districts. There's some language in that March 3rd ballot that changes the assessed value calculation for, you're looking at bonding capacity as a school district. So for that to happen, the March 3rd bond has to pass for the change in the capacity. And then, of course, when times are really good, you have a legislature who's competing for the things that have been said no to for all the previous years. And now they have needs and wants that are in competition. So the MYP, the multi-year projection, everyone's, of course, projecting a recession, but of course, every year it gets pushed out another year. So this is the 11th year of economic recovery. It's never happened before. At some point, it's going to correct. If you talk to economists and forecasters, at some point it's going to adjust. But the last thing I saw attending a conference in November, they're pushing it to like 21, 22, that there might actually be a downturn. And every time you go to a workshop, a conference, you read an article, it gets pushed out another year. So no one knows. COLA is not incredible. This year, at least in his proposal, 21 COLA is at 2.29, and in 22 and 23, at least those numbers go up. And if those are fully funded, those will make a difference. PERS and STRS will continue.
Real quick, what's the in lieu increase per student on average as a result of COLA?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay.
Being a basic aid district, that's a calculation that I don't pay a lot of attention to.
So I was looking at the dashboard from school services, and it looks like it's about 180 to 200 per student. Yeah, on a 2.29 COLA.
PERS and STRS, the increases will continue in the out years. We'll continue to budget for those. Those are pretty set.
That's a 22% increase in a year?
No. That's
Okay.
they've been
22%.
steadily going up since the recession. STRS, I always, poor Bell, California, but
Thank you.
when the Public Employees Pension Reform Act, PERS started getting more. STRS was going to be insolvent, so they went
Right.
through and raised their rates. And so we've been steadily growing to about 20% in year 2020. And so that's where we'll be. PERS continues to go up, but STRS, because it's in statute and has to actually take the legislature to change that, they've leveled at 2022, it goes to 18.1, and it stays there for the out years unless it's going to change.
And just to be clear, this is percentage of salary that the district has to contribute towards
Correct.
benefits.
This is the district cost. So for every dollar, so we're giving away 20 cents.
An additional 20 cents.
Right.
On top
It goes
of the
into the
dollar.
retirement.
Right.
And of course, the average element reserve, which I like to, this is the last piece of data that we have. The last year full data is about 20%, which we're under that. So that's definitely a goal to have some money sitting in the bank. A small district as us, there's a question later tonight about one of the special ed contracts. It does not take a lot. It can have one event and you can have a significant impact on your budget. So having a healthy reserve will definitely make a difference. So next steps for us, for the budget this spring itself is about trailer bills and getting to May revise. March 5th board meeting, we'll present the second interim for the 1920 school year. April 2nd, we'll come back to that board meeting and clarify and confirm assumptions as we start to build the 2021 budget. May 14th board meeting, depending on the May revise, which is supposed to come out on May 10th, we'll give a little update and the impact it may have for us, and then of course update the assumptions if there are any changes as we lead into the LCAP and the budget adoption in late May and June. Questions? Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we are on consent agenda, and once we've gone through items 1001, 1002, 3, and 5, we will then discuss 1004.
And you will need a roll call.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second. Oops, I can't do that. Somebody else.
Second. You can, actually, but
I
yeah.
can? Oh,
All right. Okay, roll call.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Ms. Turner?
Aye.
Ms. Hoff?
Aye.
Ms. Reynolds?
Aye.
I have to apologize on this other one. Either it was fixed from the posted board packet or my eyes crossed, but I thought I saw a math error that when I'm looking at it here, everything looks fine, so I probably didn't need to pull this.
Move approval?
I'll move approval of 10.04, the two individual service agreements.
Second.
Aye?
Because it was pulled.
Also a roll
Oh, we
call.
need a
Or no?
roll call?
Wasn't it now an action item, and so you wouldn't need a roll call vote?
Oh, okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
That's it. So now we go on to 1101. Dr. Garcia.
Yeah, there's no fiscal impact here. I just wanted to bring the MOU to create the teacher color pipeline with 3 of our university partners before the board for a quick review before bringing you a signed document.
The fiscal impact's $125 per student. I assume the student means prospective teacher, not like our kids.
Correct. This is actually for the
people that are put through this program, like the prospective teachers, right?
Correct.
Okay. So I'll motion to approve it.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. We're on to 1102.
Next item is Dr. Satterwhite's contract. He is the facilitator of the desegregation advisory group. He very patiently has been doing some of that work without an approved contract or pay. This fiscal impact is $9,750, but it should be covered by the set-aside money that we have to support the desegregation settlement agreement. He's been doing some really good work for those of you that have been there, and he's not only facilitating planning and facilitating the DAG meetings, but he's also producing the minutes that are required by the settlement agreement. And so I do recommend approval for that.
So this work's already very much underway. Why didn't we do this before it began?
We just missed in the back and forth with him around the MOU, missed the window for the last board meeting.
Can I hear a motion, or is there more?
Approval?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Okay. We're on to 1103. Dr. Garcia.
Yeah, this is no fiscal impact. We're asking that you consider approval of the Building Connections Behavioral Health Master Contract. Building Connections Behavioral Health is a non-public agency which provides behavioral support directly to our schools. This contract is for a board-certified behavior analyst to work with a Willow Creek student. The service is a result of an IEP team decision, and I do recommend approval.
This contract also backdates to the beginning of the year. Is it already underway, or something they're just going to start after we approve?
The contract backdates to the beginning of the year. I would need to do a little research to fully answer that question. I believe this is a service that is currently being provided, however.
Well, it didn't cost us anything apparently, so that's good. I'll motion to approve.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So we're on to 1104.
1104 is a work product of the Scholarship Committee. It is the application template for the desegregation for the scholarships mandated in the settlement agreement. So there is some fiscal impact to as a result of any scholarship funds that would be distributed as laid out in the settlement agreement. Every year on January 1st and July 1st, a minimum of $50,000 will be made available to the scholarship program for the next 6 months. This is, however, in the set aside. This is simply the actual scholarship application itself that we're asking for your approval on.
Motion to approve.
I have one clarifying question. This is a total nitpicky detail, but of course, I'm going to ask it. On number 6, saying beneficiaries are limited to 2 semesters or 3 quarters of full-time enrollment. I mean, there's schools with trimesters as well. I mean, the intent is to pay for a full year, but I just don't want there to be confusion around that?
I certainly can revise and either add the trimester language or
Maybe you could say, or the equivalent of full-time enrollment, so that way something that's not anticipated can be. Oh, it is?
Yeah.
It
So I
is.
was just thinking.
2 semesters or 3 quarters?
That's what it says in the judgment, but,
Okay.
oh, no, I'm confident that's what it says. This is a copy and paste from the,
Yeah,
from the
okay.
settlement agreement.
All right,
But to your point, actually.
Blame it on those people who did the settlement agreement.
We also did, one of the decisions that we made since community college is currently free, is that this scholarship could be used for things other than tuition, books, transportation, food,
Fees, let me just.
fees, housing costs, although of course it's not going to go very far, but
Yeah.
we wanted to provide any of the beneficiaries flexibility, and so I wouldn't anticipate if we modified and added that language that we'd
Yeah.
receive an objection.
Because there's
from-
flexibility already built
Yeah.
into it. Yeah, okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I have just a couple questions, and if they're out of line here, I mean, do we have any guess yet on the number of potential participants? I mean, I know that was like crazy
We've
math.
got one so far.
So far, one, right?
So far, we've got one, as you
All right.
can see in Board of Correspondence. I would expect, as we ramp up marketing of the program, now that we have somebody to administer and an application for that number to grow. One of the mandates in the settlement agreement that has been particularly challenging is our responsibility to identify all the beneficiaries and special beneficiaries. And the reason that there's some challenge around that is just because of the loss of so many district records in the fire in the district office. And I am happy to report that I've been working on several different strategies of how to identify people, since we're required to identify everyone. And one of our dear community members, who is a former employee of the district and worked at Bayside MLK in the 2013-14 school year, somehow kept all of her class rosters from all those years ago.
Wow.
And was kind enough to do the labor of scanning them all and providing them to me this week. And so I could spend a moment doing some math, but I will include in my next update and at the next board meeting the exact number of students that I can glean from those rosters. We also have a commitment from Tam High School District to allow our staff to do a cum crawl for any students, right? Because we send our cums to the high school for that range of years. And then we'll work also with Bridge the Gap and some of the other community partners to make sure that we don't have any gaps.
There's no electronic record of students?
There is an electronic record of students. However, it doesn't stretch all the way back to the first few years of the judgment.
Oh, it gets purged?
No, it doesn't get purged, but my understanding is that there was a shift in SIS at some points here. So we will be combing through our SIS, our Student Information System, ARIES as well. And so that will be the kind of final triangulation. But that was the first place I looked, and there seemed to be some questions about reliability. And so I started trying to get as many other sources of information as possible online.
And did we not produce yearbooks in those years?
I don't know if, again, this is a thing that was lost in the fire. We could look at school photos, right? But currently I haven't been able to get my hands on yearbooks or even like class photos from all of those years. They're not comprehensive.
Mind-boggling. Okay.
Truly.
Question for you on this. So we're signing an agreement with Compass and us and 10,000 Degrees. And are those two agencies charging a cost?
They are not.
Wow. Motion to approve.
Yeah, they, I think for their own, aside from amazingly goodwill and, ethical, moral reasons, I think for their own organizational goals, they have identified this as a really important step. I think one of the things that we are doing that is an expansion of their model, significant expansion of their model is beginning this process in 4th grade. And then not only following what is in the settlement agreement, but lining this up with our teacher of color pipeline partners so that students can pass from here or from high school to College of Marin to one of our credentialing partners to complete a BA and a teaching credential and have an opportunity to come back here.
Fabulous.
Yeah. Excellent. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we can go on to rescheduling the March regular board meeting.
Yes, again, this was a request from another community partner. There was a date conflict, and so we had a request to move our regularly scheduled board meeting March the 12th. This resolution does that, similar to the other two regularly scheduled board meetings that we've had to move this year. I do recommend approval so that everybody can attend the Bridge the Gap Gala, which will happen on our regularly scheduled board meeting night, March the 12th. And just not to be in conflict with that. Normally, I probably would not recommend changing regularly scheduled board meetings in conflict with community events like that. It's one of the reasons I've been pushing for calendar development for the 2021 school year. That is my full intent to bring all CSEA, SDTA calendars before you at this March 5th board meeting so that we can put out a calendar early enough that our community partners can not plan to be in conflict.
We have to send it to
with
them.
us.
We can't rely on them to look at our website, but yeah.
Again, I wasn't here for this in years past, but my understanding is at least last year we didn't approve calendars until June or something like that. And so we've been working really hard on shared governance and with our collective bargaining partners to try to set those things early, and for our partners at Willow Creek also to have some certainty around calendaring for next school year.
Somewhat separate but related, have we landed on a meeting date for the special board meeting?
Yeah.
That we were talking? Did we?
What say you, Steve?
I know we got a doodle poll, but I don't recall seeing a date.
I guess I can say that there's no consensus on the date.
So no, we don't have a good date yet. Okay.
Max per day that I gave was maybe 3 yeses per day. So it looks like you would have to resend another one out or kind of
Yeah,
make a decision.
because the
way
we're going to split the agendas, we have to have a meeting that week.
Right. Oh, that's right, because we're.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I said the way we were splitting the agenda from one large, huge, humongous, long, into 3 o'clock in the morning board meeting to a regular and a special. The agenda
Friday.
portion for the special needs to happen, I think, that following week, right? There's a deadline we're up against.
It needs to happen by mid-March, and so I think one could interpret that with a tad bit of flexibility. I think if I, look at the calendar and directed Steve to send out dates that week of the 16th to the 20th, so I think we're looking at that week. I believe that's the dates that were sent. And so technically that's the third week in March, but we don't have a specific date that's been mandated.
So, I don't mean to be cryptic. I mean, we were talking about moving the Unification Task Force report discussion to the special board meeting.
Correct.
And then I'm hearing that March 15 is a big deadline for decision-making for
I
parents.
misunderstood you. Yeah.
As well as, but also the deadline for comprehensive education program.
Yeah, so
report.
we can absolutely send out a doodle for that second week of March.
That would be like the 12th, would be a Thursday.
Well, we wouldn't want to do the 12th because we just moved our board meeting from that.
Oh, yeah.
The question would be whether it would be the 9th, the 10th, the 11th, or the 13th.
Yeah, was it?
Thank you, Trustee Van Os.
Yeah.
Can I just say that I hope that we'll all respond promptly to the doodle poll? And if, because sometimes those appear to languish for weeks, so we really have to get this resolved, right?
I would certainly advise us to land on a date.
And we didn't use a doodle poll to pick the 5th, did we?
We did, actually.
Did?
Yeah.
So there's been a few of them, and I've gotten them confused, but I think this is the second regular board meeting that, did I say I was available on the 5th? Oh, my bad. Okay. Well, maybe that's a factor of how long they sit out there, because
You say yes, and
then things
something comes
change,
up
right?
and you don't get a response, so you really have to move it.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So I will have Steve send out another poll tomorrow, so
Okay.
if you all will look for that, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I'll just say, the other thing is, of course, you can, if it's more than a day, please feel free to follow up. For me, I will say sometimes if I miss, Gmail is sometimes very weird for me, so please feel free.
Thank you. We will
And
make sure
I
we
hope
do.
everyone else feels the same. None of us want to hold up this process, so if we've missed something.
A motion to approve the reschedule of the meeting.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Is it a roll call for a resolution?
Oh, it's a resolution,
Oh, yeah, it
yeah.
is.
All right,
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Ms. Turner?
yes.
Ms. Alston?
Yes.
Ms. Van Alsten?
Yes.
That takes us to 11.06.
So the next item is is a request for the idea for the consider approval for the request for proposals for land surveying services here at BMOK. We're getting underway with the facilities master plan. There's a desire to redo the field here at BMOK, regardless of the schedule for that. If it happens soon, if it happens later, it's part of the facilities master plan. I assume we've received $20,000 in donations to pay for these kind of initial services. We verified with the attorney that we don't have to, if we go out and do the topographical survey and also the soils testing, they'll last and they'll be in place when we actually go out for the actual project through DSA. So staff's recommending approval for we can go out for the RFQ. And the RFP, the proposal itself. We'll bring that back to the board for approval. If it does exceed the $20,000, we don't have to move forward on it at that time, or board could make a suggestion to go ahead and pay the additional cost, because it will be something that will be required when we decide to do the field.
Remind me who gave us the 20 grand for this?
Sports organizations.
If I may, it was Marin FC and the lacrosse organization.
Thanks. Were there strings attached for lacrosse field usage?
They actually very generously donated the money with no strings. I think there's a hope that we
Sure there is.
design a field that
Emotional bank account.
accommodates multiple playing configurations, but they did donate it with no strings.
And if the strings are attached, we won't get another doughboy pool out there for them to play in, right? Sorry.
No.
No, okay.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 1107.
So we're asking for the board to consider approval for staff to go out and do the RFP for, this is a program management and construction management service contractor. This is an outside contracted organization, company, entity that would oversee facility construction in the district as we continue to grow and projects become online. A program manager is someone who can be kind of like a set of district eyes overseeing projects as they come to get started in that pre-design work and the development and the construction, and then also during construction management during the construction itself, which they would come and report to the board and give updates. Key is one of those things, if we're moving forward, which we are, since the board approved the RFQ for land surveying services, there would be a project that the program manager would oversee this summer to do that work with the soils engineer, topographical survey work.
So part of, as I recall, part of the goal of this is to be prepared if the bond measures pass and we're in position to actually get the money.
That's another. That's
one of the reasons.
It's one of the reasons. Another one is we're in the middle of the facilities master plan, and experienced program manager. Key word is experience. Has done several of those. It would be great for them to offer their input into the design of the facilities master plan. An architect. KDA and WLC are highly qualified to do the work. But having kind of the district's program manager sitting at some of those meetings and contributing would definitely have a benefit to the overall plan. And they're also I would say they're on staff, but they're there in the meetings and they're there in the preparation of the facilities master plan. So when it's time to implement that plan, at the possible bond passage in November, if that's where the district goes, they'll just have all the more knowledge to be ready to go.
So a few comments. One, if I could ask that the facilities committee be included in this process, the RFQ and perhaps even the vetting, because this person is so critical, and the facilities committee is involved in, kind of from the last bond, it was a lot of work to do the vetting and the and community input and so forth. So some of that we would work with closely. So that's one request. I have a question, and it was around the start date, but I think you answered that. The start date would be, as soon as you're approved, and it would be kind of on an as-needed basis.
Right. And the contract for them is they only get paid when they work. It's not as if they're on a retainer getting paid a monthly fee to sit around.
Okay.
Right.
And then the memo says that this would be paid from Fund 40 Capital Reserve. Is that the insurance money? Okay.
It wasn't, I think the memo says a suggestion or recommended, not that it will be. That's pending board action.
Okay. So right now, we don't have, obviously, an anticipation of how much or how often currently.
Right, because the part of a PM, CM contract, program manager, construction manager, is going to be on the overall plan or program that the district sets forth. If the district has I'm making up numbers specifically, the district has an $800 million BOM program, a program manager contract. A program manager's contract for services would be based on an $800 million project.
Yeah, got it.
Right.
Wow.
And they're just zeros.
Yeah, right. And just something to consider, we also have the facilities work group. I mean, I don't want to put too many cooks in the kitchen, but at the same time, we have some fairly experienced individuals in school construction on that committee. So to the extent that we want to include them in like a meet and greet or something along those lines.
So typically in the past, when I've gone out for a PM, is you do the RFQ process and then you have an interview. Thing is that it would be great. I absolutely support having committee members there. The thing is about how many you have. By the time you have district staff, probably potentially it's both the superintendent and myself.
Right.
You're probably going to have someone who's actually working on the FMP itself. By the time you bring in a member or two from each committee, you've got a panel of 10, 15 people.
Yeah,
so you just want to be mindful of how many people are sitting in the room to do the interview.
Yeah, I think our facilities work group only has 4 or 5 people on it.
Right.
If that. And they could designate someone from that group.
Right. Sure.
To come.
Right. Because part of that also is you may want to actually have someone from the community themselves. So
right.
Someone who's not connected to anything.
Yeah.
So.
Because hearing about past construction in our district, we've had a bad experience with our construction manager, if I recall correctly. And so the more community input and involvement up front, perhaps the better. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, that's all I have. No, I have one more question. So if we pay for this person and then we ultimately do get a bond, can we retroactively reimburse the fund or reimburse the general fund from the bond funds?
It's the idea that I'm trying to quote bond counsel in my head. It's one of those things that it's an expense that the district has to pay headed towards a bond and headed toward construction, and you're successful, you can backdate those expenses and reimburse.
Okay. And even if we pull it from Fund 40, that's not a restricted fund.
No.
It's not a restricted use, so.
No. You can use it for facilities.
Yeah, facilities,
right.
yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And I'd much rather take it out of Fund 40, whether we are successful or not, versus the general fund.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Is there a local hire preference in this? There is? Okay.
Yeah, it's like the mileage away from, right?
And,
Isn't that in here?
Yeah, you would want someone that kind of in that local, but
Yeah.
given the Bay Area, you're in that sometimes 25, 50 miles.
Oh, I'm sorry. By local hire, I meant 94965.
No.
For a program manager, you could. I'm not sure that net will be wide enough to get an experienced
Well, I just
program.
meant preference, not requirement. I've been approached in the past over the years about somebody claimed, and I haven't gone through the thousands of pages of policy that we have, that we actually had a policy on this and that we weren't applying it with some previous things. And I'm pretty sure I'm familiar with at least one potentially qualified resource that lives in 94965, if not more than one. I would never suggest making it a requirement because sometimes you need to cast a wide net. But if indeed we do have a policy on it, and even if we don't, the idea of putting some kind of preference in an RFQ is something that should be considered.
I don't remember if it's in the policies or not. That feels like depending on what's going on. I will say it sounds like a sort of narrow net, and it also, if I were bidding from outside, I would wonder if there wasn't somebody already identified, just given the size. But I take your point that it would be great to get somebody local if we could.
Perhaps if if it does exist as a broad board policy.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm just saying then perhaps we may not need to call it out specifically. It
Yeah.
is a broad board policy
Yeah.
and it's something that we should follow.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that was more agreeing with you, but acknowledging Josh's commentary.
I do want to offer that yet another meeting that we need to schedule is a policy
I think we're almost there.
Yeah,
committee.
we both agreed with the dates.
Meeting, okay, well,
Yeah.
tremendous.
We've given you 2 dates.
But we're only calling you. We're not going to visit you in person.
We are not coming.
Oh, right.
This is a Google Hangout.
In preparation for the facilities committee meeting, I did review the facilities board policies, of which there are only 3. And they're
We
old.
clearly need more.
And I can confidently say they do not cover the question that is being raised right now. And so I think if this is an action that we want to take, we could explore development of a policy around this issue.
I guess I was saying, it may be that there's a more general policy somewhere.
I was told that. I didn't
yeah.
double check it.
Maybe for our policy meeting, we can just search and see if there is some, I don't know. Okay.
I will make sure it's on the agenda.
Okay. Because we won't have enough to cover. So, all right, so I'll move approval.
Before we vote, I just want to point out that I was not in favor of moving this fast with facilities-related things, and so I know there's no fiscal impact to this step, but there's always a distraction cost, and just in keeping with, I feel like we're getting ahead of ourselves, I'll probably vote no, but feel free to carry it with the 3 of you if you wish.
Can I have a second? Do we have a second? No. I moved approval.
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. Takes us on to, oh, I'm sorry, I forget. Is there any public comment on any of these points? I figured you'd jump up and down. Yeah, or
On the
wake
last
up,
7 action
whatever.
items.
Yes, just wake up and raise your hand. Okay. So we'll go on to.
Kurt, did you have something?
Oh, did you? Sorry.
For the special ed one, it said that there's an hourly cost, but it says there's no fiscal impact. So there's no cost. That I was just confused by that.
Special ed?
Yes, the,
For the behavior contract?
right.
It's the master contract. It's the idea that the district is contracting with behavioral health services for
If
services.
they need that,
And
when
when
they need
needed,
that.
we get the the individual service agreement that will actually outline the hours and the hourly rate.
That's what I wanted to
Yeah.
understand. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good question.
I see no other public comment requests, so we can move on to personnel action items. Dr. Garcia.
Yes, due to an increase in special ed and general ed intervention needs, we created a .8125 FTE student success coach position. A district student success coach with seniority rights transferred to the new position.
That is none.
Yeah.
So she moved in the same.
The employee with seniority rights that wanted to transfer into the new position was already at that level of FTE. So there is no fiscal impact of this move. And so we do recommend approval.
How is this related to the next agenda item?
Yeah, I'm totally confused by all this.
The employee that moved, part of her duties were, I know that we call all of our paraprofessionals student success coaches, which sometimes isn't helpful for clarity's sake, because they actually do have some slightly different functions, but part of her FTE was what we would probably normally know as yard duty. And so since she moved out and was no longer performing that function, the next action item is actually to onboard somebody to perform that function.
So if I understand correctly, basically repositioning somebody at no increased cost but need to backfill the yard duty equivalent.
Yeah, so yes.
So, okay.
So the person that moved to a different position, though, Did they increase their work as a student success coach and not doing this other thing?
They were already at that FTE, so they it's not so much that they increased their work. They were split between yard duty and some other duties, and they repositioned their work. Interestingly enough, this employee is currently out on leave, but will be returning.
Okay. Because I'm just trying to see was there a need around moving away from having this person do yard duty, or is it?
The need was an increase in need for special ed and intervention.
I see. Okay.
So in the January meeting, we approved a position. We're filling that position with the transfer and then backfilling.
Correct.
Got it.
Is there any more discussion? Can I get a motion for approval of 12.01?
I will move to approve.
If I can, I will second. Can we get a vote? All those in favor? Aye. All those
Aye.
opposed?
Did someone second? You seconded?
I did.
Okay.
You told me
Aye.
I could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a little bit of confusion. I'm abstaining, but I think you got 3 votes.
Yes, we did. Okay. So can I, is there any more discussion on 12.02? If not, can I
Oh,
get?
wait, 12.02, so what's the cost? I don't know, I don't have this step column thing memorized.
Just a moment, and I will tell you.
And is this an ongoing annual position?
It's in the
Is it?
second attachment.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Step, range 9, step 1. So $22.50 an hour.
Yeah.
Times .44.
Thank you. You got there faster than I did.
You want to make me get my calculator out? I'm just wondering if it's an ongoing continuing amount. I don't know what it is, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000. And we're hitting a deficit next year already of 62,000. Now we've upped our deficit. And how are we going to fund this if that's not what is going to happen?
I think that this is a need for this year. You know, we would need to reassess in terms of if the need for special ed and intervention remains or grows on an annual basis. Kind of depends on how people's, IEP and intervention minutes are written. I think that there's certainly a desire to retain the position, but theoretically, it could be covered by the one student success coach position that is in the projected budget for next year. And actually, it would be less than a 1.0 position because it's 0.44.
Okay. Yeah, because it's 20,000 base salary plus another.
Probably to finish, it is really rough. Probably in that ballpark of about 10 to 15,000 to finish the school year, because it's range 9, step 1, which is 22.57 an hour. 0.44 is almost half time, so it's just under 4 hours. Adding in, 20-25% for mandatory benefits. So it.
About 30,000.
Yeah, for the whole year, right? I would probably say that.
So you're thinking 10 for the remainder
10 to
of this
15
year?
to finish the year. But I think to Dr. Garcia's point, I think there's going to be a lot of conversations about the 2021 school year and the program that we have, and there might be a way to through attrition, through adjustments. There may not be an actual increase for the next year as long as all of our services are met.
And is this a position that would, you would have to go through the layoff process in order to eliminate, or once we set it up? I mean, we're adding a .44.
Right.
Theoretically, to eliminate the position for next year, we would need to go through a layoff process, yeah.
Which is March.
We'd have to notice the employee by.
It's a classified position, so they're subject to the 60 days. Is it still 60 days?
Okay.
So I was confused with the last one, which is related to this one. Looks like all this has already happened. We're just ratifying it, right?
Correct.
What did you say, Josh?
All this has already happened.
It already happened.
Yeah.
Right.
I hate voting on stuff that's already happened.
Yeah.
But, okay.
Well, that's a good point. I mean, I would move approval for this year, but not ongoing, and have that discussion again next year about staffing and budgetary impacts. I mean, not that I'm going to necessarily remember come next year what we need to all talk about, but we have it on record.
We will conserve it. We actually have a meeting scheduled for next week to lay out a plan for what to do with this position, and actually several others. It seems, well, let me say this. We have a staff member that has announced she's going to retire at the end of the year. I feel bad saying it here, and you know, who's she naming her, but
yeah, no, you don't have to.
You know, but we will announce her retirement.
Yeah.
She's a longtime staff member, somebody that's valued, but it is going to create an opportunity for a rebalance in special ed programming in particular, and so there are we will definitely keep the note to look at that, and I do believe we will be able to not only expand services but achieve some cost savings in the rebalancing of the program.
Okay. So is it going to cause a lot of consternation if I just move for this year? And, no?
I don't think so.
Okay. So that's my motion. I move approval, just amending that this would be just for this current 1920 school year.
I will second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm going to abstain for voting after the fact.
And I'm sorry, I should have asked before, though I don't think it will change my vote, but is there any possibility of this being a position that could be shared in any way with Willow Creek, or as part of unification, or that would be something you could consider in considering it for next year? I don't know how that would work.
I absolutely remain open to investigating sharing positions as an option. I think it's not a favorite option right now.
Okay.
But I will keep that door open.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to have to excuse myself. You still have quorum. I got 2 kids to get into bed.
They need their medals.
They have
for
been
their
Trustee
patience.
Barrow. And thank you, kids.
Yeah,
Thank you,
really.
kids.
Yep. There you go.
That's all the whippings. Oh, gosh.
You guys got to stay up late tonight.
Oh, yeah, doing all their favorite things.
Doing something really fun.
Freezing their little selves, and yeah. Okay. So in the interest of getting out of here, can you, we're looking now at 1203, and can you, since these belong to each other, will you take 1203 and 1204 together, so we, right?
I will.
Okay.
So, as we talked about at the last board meeting, we ended up with a different substitute for our employee on maternity leave than the one that we thought we were going to have. And so she has a valid single subject credential, and she has an emergency 30-day substitute credential. And so in order to remain in compliance with the credentialing requirements in the state of California, we need to pass this statement of need, which is Resolution 778. She has applied for a long-term sub-credential, which will actually, when it comes through, make this moot. But this is to get us through that point until that credential is approved. And so we have to post the statement of need, and then 12.04 is the consideration of the long-term subcontract. And so there's some costs there laid out, but it is to cover for an employee on maternity leave, and I do recommend approval of both 12.03 and 12.04. A lot of this has to do with, our reporting to the state and the county in terms of the status of our credentialed teachers, quote-unquote highly qualified teachers.
Thank you. So the 13,550 for the long-term substitute contract, that's not in our current budget. I know we have substitute days.
Right, but our budgeted substitute cost is not for a long-term sub.
Long-term sub.
But it's not too excessive, and we've actually been, knock on wood, pretty good with subs going through the 2000 budgets today. Our substitutes have been pretty low, that cost this year.
Okay. And then I see the next one, we haven't gotten there yet, but the account technician of 17,000, that's also not in this budget?
Correct.
Okay. So last budget we saw had 137,000 surplus for this year. I don't know where we are now, but that would bring us down to $100,000 surplus by approving these two items.
Right, but that surplus was way back at first interim.
That's all I have.
Things are, yeah, I know, but things are different. So we've had a combination, not to get ahead of myself for second interim, but we've had a combination of some additional revenues, but also some additional expenditures. But we've been able to, I think you were actually the one who commented earlier about unrealized budget expenditures.
Yeah.
So you planned for 1,000, but you've only spent, $200. Right. So I spent, well, Steve can attest to that. I spent a good chunk of today actually going through line items and starting to pull some of that money back in preparation for second interim.
So is it anticipated that we would still have a surplus?
I won't say yes or no, because when you start to look at numbers on a computer over a long period of time, they get wobbly. So, I can't guarantee that there'll be a surplus, but I would like to think that we've been able to realize some savings over the last couple of months with reduced expenditures that haven't been realized. And if we're going into that item, I think this is a position that I think tonight some of the items in full disclosure. Some of the items on the agenda tonight were contracts that should have been brought to the board back in September and October, and the district office staff is missing things. So, yeah. So the additional staff in the office can help pull some of the accounts payable and payroll work off of the admin, and so the admin can actually concentrate more on that level of work with HR. I think it was actually a really good several conversations between the superintendent and the CBO. Wait, I'm the CBO. The superintendent, the admin, and myself about what work could actually be redistributed inside, because right now the district office has 2 people.
This is as far as the account technician position.
Right. So the account tech person, right. I thought we moved on, sorry.
No.
I thought we moved on to the next item. I missed it. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's why I started.
I was kind of combining them all together.
From the cost,
An overall
budget.
financial perspective.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
So
I get it, but it worries me. I don't want to deny you guys help, and I know we're all drinking from the fire hose right now. But it worries me if we're not running our surplus already for this year, and we're looking at trying to crank up reserves.
If there's any comfort, I'm not worried.
And why is that?
Hmm?
No, okay.
Well, I think about in full honesty, so what we're doing in the district office is it really is a fire hose. Every day is a fire drill. And I think there's additional staff that can come in. This is temporary. I mean, it really is for the next 4 months. Is there a possibility that we're looking at this could be a long-term, more of a permanent solution? Absolutely. As the district continues to grow, as the district continues to get more and more active, I think about the facilities master plan coming into play, all the work that's going to go with that over the summer and the fall. That's just more work coming into the district office. The Attorney General, over the last 6 months, 8 months, that settlement, that level of work that the district office is doing now just for the Attorney General could be an admin all alone. The number of meetings, the number of communications that go back and forth, preparation for board meetings, preparation for all those other meetings, that could be a position unto itself. And so I think this is like a bare minimum for us just to kind of keep going to where we can actually be more efficient. I don't think the district office is pleased with our performance, and I think this is an opportunity for us to kind of get more realigned to where we can actually do better.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Is what before us just an approval for this current school year?
Yes,
and then we would
absolutely.
reevaluate for next year?
It expires on June 30th.
Okay.
Actually, I would like to reevaluate that as we get to closer to May and June as part of the adopted budget, because if we do take action, if the board does agree, if this position wants to move forward, needs to move forward, then we can build it into actually in the 2021 adopted budget and actually hire someone.
I mean, you realize I appreciate the positions, full-time positions, the need for full-time positions in our administrative offices. Small district doesn't mean less work, especially with everything that we're dealing with right now. Just realize that there's a lot of folks who are not happy with the amount of money that we spend at administration. And so to put another $17,000 on top of it, there's going to be some unhappy folks. But I get what you're going through. And I know you guys are working hard. So to get you through this year, to get you through this year, I'm okay with it.
Just a point of clarification, we would need motions and seconds on
I was going to get there.
03 and 04.
Yeah, I was just finishing my comments to see if they had comments.
Right. Yeah. I appreciate what you've said, Robert, and I appreciate what you've said. So, and like you said, a small district doesn't mean, it means fewer staff, but not less work necessarily.
Yeah,
but I don't think people can appreciate that. And so I'm sorry, but I do. And Caroline does, and Bonnie does too. So can we get a motion for,
we need to go through several
So
of
I'll
these.
start with,
1203.
I will move approval of Resolution 778, the Statement of Need.
Right. That's a roll call, right?
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Hoff?
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds?
Yes.
Okay, then we are looking at 1204, the long-term substitute contract.
I will move approval of 1204, the approval of the long-term substitute contract.
A second anywhere? I'll second it. I'm assuming we've discussed these entirely.
Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
I don't know if you want any public comment on these.
Oh, sorry, public. Would you like to comment? I'm sorry, I'm not doing this all the time. You can just like go, psst.
Yeah, it would just be really helpful to have more transparency in kind of the budget process. We're hearing that we're potentially running into a deficit. We're spending $5.7 million right now in the school. We've got another $1.3 million we're spending in overhead. We're providing the minimum state ability per student at the school with 80% of the kids. It just doesn't seem like like, are we taking a holistic view? I know you have discretion, but the question is use versus abuse of discretion. It just seems like we're not taking a comprehensive view here on where we're spending, and we'll then go forward like we did last year. We had a $700,000 surplus, and then the spending whittled that down, and let's do this and let's do that, and all of a sudden we have a $5.7 million budget for the school. I'm just really concerned this is kind of the lack of understanding on kind of the budget planning process that is it's confusing when we're kind of trying to explain to teachers, yes, the money is going to be there. Yes, kids, it's going to be okay, but you're approving budget, you're approving spending. I just don't understand, why don't we approve spending for all, for a lot of things at both schools, so that we're kind of demonstrating, that support for all kids that we're talking about. It's just confusing, and it'd be good to understand if you guys could explain, as you're talking about spending, how much are you currently spending on that versus what you're planning to, because a lot of people just don't know, and I'm working off numbers that I've seen, but I don't even know if they're accurate. So it'd be great if you could confirm that. Thanks a lot.
As I'm sure you know, the second interim budget will be a clarifying tool.
Yeah, and I guess I really want to say that I'm, particularly for the approval for temporary services, I think it's been really hard given all the meetings and everything else. And I feel like for unification to be successful, we need to free up and be able to get meetings set and, have communications. And what I'm hearing is that we're asking a lot, right, of our admin, and that a temporary position will help. I'm voting for it in part because I really think we need this for the unification effort. But I take your point, absolutely, that it's very, I definitely hear you, Kurt. I definitely hear you.
So, any more public comment? So we have a motion and a second, yes. And we would be voting on 12.04. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Now we're on to 12.05, the temporary services for account technician. Are there any comments? I think we discussed it. Any public comment? Can I have a motion?
I will move approval of this temporary services for the account technician.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. So, is there something in 13? Policy
No,
development?
it's just a placeholder.
Okay.
That we can go to committee reports.
LCAP budget, I'm not aware of a meeting so. Charter oversight?
So facilities, we didn't have an official facilities committee meeting because that would have required notice. We really were more a guest of a part of a different facilities meeting that we're all kind of the experts having to do with the desegregation advisory group, as well as our master plan. And so it was the architects, it was bond advisors, it was also two individuals who are working on kind of IT tech training, coding, artificial intelligence training for kids. Incredibly inspiring. Maybe, Dr. G, could you remind me of their names?
Mustafa Shakur.
Mustafa. I looked him up.
Landis Grid.
Yeah. He's a pro basketball player. Yeah. I'm sorry, the other one?
Landis Grid. And their organization is United Tech Cities.
United Tech Cities.
And they're also supported by Andre Iguodala.
Yeah. And so they've done programs in other areas that were highly successful and would like to come and bring that to our district. One of them said there was a computer lab they set up in a housing development, and a lot of the local moms started using it in the low-income area, and they also got connected to Cisco, and then there was this direct pipeline of these moms and becoming employed by Cisco. And so it was a pipeline through this computer lab. So they're looking at kind of the future needs of the tech industry and trying to gear their training towards getting kids, and I think adults as well, into tech areas that there's going to be need down the road, such as artificial intelligence. So it was incredibly inspiring, and it was great to have them there. And then Bond Council reviewed what Dr. Clark and Dr. Garcia talked about earlier, which is if this bond measure passes in March, our bonding capacity would increase up to, I believe, 75 million potential bonding capacity. And he kind of went through some of the specifics around the different types of bonds and what percentage vote you would need to pass a bond, and which point in time you would need to get a 2/3 versus a majority vote. What else? Oh, I had a treasure trove of information that I passed on to them. I had the 2 ball field proposals that we had gotten in the past, because they're looking at, obviously, the ball field with the seismic, or the soils work. I had the quote from the insurance company that Dr. Clark gave me back my document, thank you very much, around the flexibility, I guess, of that insurance money. And what else? I had, the community schools district memo, community schools memo around kind of the community schools model back from Valerie Pitt's era. I brought that, and Dr. Itoko has a copy of that. What else? I have some more at home.
Comprehensive education plan?
Yeah, the comprehensive education. What?
From Valerie Pitt's era, from the 80s?
It was from Valerie as well.
Yeah.
A lot of historical documents that we've been.
I've got 7 boxes of stuff at home. So
7?
That was my first 10-minute pass through 2 boxes. Yeah.
Wow.
So I don't think we set up a next meeting. Dr. Garcia asked me kind of what's our committee's involvement going forward. My experience with the last bond was that you kind of go slow in the beginning and then suddenly it goes rapid fire as far as getting community input and design meetings and so forth. So we're still in the early stages of just talking about what the steps are. They put out a timeline. If we were going to go for a November bond, what that would be. So maybe we could bring that at a future meeting. So all exciting stuff.
I'm a little confused about the framework that this meeting occurred in. Was it
maybe
It was just a regular committee meeting, facilities committee meeting. It wasn't a DAG meeting per se.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
So that's about it. Did I catch everything?
I think you did a good job. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Policy committee?
We're setting up a meeting.
Okay. Superintendent committees, there are no superintendent committees. So.
Unification.
Yes, unification.
What we've been waiting for.
Yeah, well, Caroline, I just want to say that Josh, Mr. Trustee Barrow has left, but in order to make this joint board meeting happen, we felt it's responsible to secure a place, a facilitator, and then to move on to getting our board members signed up. And we've sort of done a preliminary. Johanna, I think, has spoken with the Willow Creek board. And we have a target date, and now we're trying to find the place. And I am a little disappointed, but we'll fix this tomorrow, that the request hasn't gone out to our board. So, but tentatively, I think it's December,
23rd.
The 23rd of February. Yeah. So, but we haven't nailed it down in terms of, the place we had hoped was not available, so we're figuring it out.
Yeah, and prior to that meeting, our task force is going to have a 4-hour workshop to kind of go through memos and look at kind of pluses and minuses of different options. No decisions, just kind of laying out the information that we've received so far. And
we'll try, to your point earlier, Kurt, we'll try to bring as much of the data that we need to make informed decisions.
And provide it perhaps ahead of time, so that way you can study it, review it, and we can be as efficient as possible with our time.
And
so
it is a really
Sunday
narrow.
the 23rd?
Yes.
It is.
Are you here?
Afternoon, I think. I guess
Okay.
I think the date is, but it is a narrow focus, on governance, structure.
Organizational structure.
And
Timeline.
And governance.
That's it. You said governance, yeah.
I did, yeah. So.
And we have another UTF meeting
Tuesday,
and then the following Monday, the 24th. Tuesday. Tuesday's
Tuesday's our long meeting, yeah.
Right. And then the 24th is a regular meeting.
And we did get preliminary parent survey, but I think we're trying to get some additional results from Willow Creek, Marin City parents, because we found that we had some difficulty in getting Bayside parents and had to go to paper and door-to-door. And so now we're doing the same with Willow Creek, Marin City parents to ensure that we get as much input as possible.
And we are supporting that with district resources to do that.
And the district's supporting that, with additional resources. So hopefully that will come out soon. I think that's happening during the break.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, and Christina has been amazing in helping us with our surveys and tabulating the results. I frankly don't know what we'd do without her. So, good find.
Professor more.
And pass on my thanks.
I have a great appreciation for her work and her ability to craft surveys and pull out relevant information, and also meet with all of us on our availability.
Oh, heard the cats.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, as I see next steps, we're still looking at the March report going to both boards.
For March 5th or the second?
The second one, the special board meeting.
Yeah.
And so that will be the results of our 4-hour workshop plus the joint board meeting. There's also going to be another town hall before that report goes to the board. I think that's the night before, the 12th? I forget the date.
The week of the 12th.
Huh? Oh, it won't be the 12th.
Yeah, I think
Well, the 12th
the town
would
hall
be
we said would be the first week in March.
What I have down
And we
is
have a
the
problem.
town hall would be March 4th,
March 4th,
Yeah.
before our board meeting.
5:30 to 7:30.
Right,
Yeah.
okay.
Right.
But the report won't be until whenever the special is,
Right.
that following week or the week after.
Right. Well, I thought we just realized that we had to have it that second week
Yeah,
in order
right.
to meet the deadline.
Yeah, that's
so.
right. And the report, we've got some framework ideas, but the meat of it is still yet.
I would say that there was some significant development on framework. A lot of detail, a lot of strong ideas, and for those of you that are still left and turning in work group reports, the idea is that we will have that first week of March meeting to report it back to everybody and do a final member check and see if we're getting it right with people. before bringing it forward.
And then also, I think we're engaging, from what we saw in the teacher reports, or the teacher survey, at least there's one trend towards elementary on one campus, middle on another. So we're considering at least putting that model forward to the facilities and transportation groups, because they've been kind of waiting for something to do. So at least we can get them started on that model option while we discuss, everything under the sun as far as options at the joint board meeting. Okay?
Sounds right.
Any
Thank you.
comments, I guess, from?
Okay, yay. You're going to win the most, the most cards in the pile here.
Yeah, I mean, I know everybody's gone. So, well, first, a suggestion. I think it'd be great to do this part of your agenda at the beginning of the night, because this is actually a lot of the stuff that people want to hear about, is like things that you're working on. The other stuff is not that interesting to lay people. So I think that'd be really helpful. I do want to say also, thanks to the people that are on the committee, both at the district and to Alina and Johanna. I think anybody that's questioning whether there is dedication from the boards, Willow Creek Board or the district board, should be aware of all the work that's actually going on. There's a ton of meeting, and there's also a ton of activity outside of those meetings to be prepared and to move forward. So I think it's a real testament to, to what's going on and what people are trying to do. So I just wanted to say, thanks. We got a lot of work to do, but I think, getting to especially a joint board meeting, something we talked about forever, I think is a really important step in the right direction. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
One thing that occurred to me too, and I know this changes rapidly, is whether we are posting on our website or about unification, kind of like these developments, timelines and so forth as they happen. And I don't know how many people look at that page, but wonder whether we should send out perhaps even an email blast just saying, hey, here's a link to our unification page, and check it out.
Yeah, I think
And
that's
check
a great
there,
idea.
constantly for updates.
I mean, I think,
Because,
yeah.
people saying they're not involved in the process or not confident of the process, at least then we can link them to kind of where the news is posted.
Yeah, I think if we had been doing that all along, we would have gotten a much higher score, a higher grade.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it has been.
And especially when it starts going to implementation, it's going to be critical that things get communicated in one place and consistently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
And notice I said when, not if.
Thank you. Whew. All right. So that, a scholarship committee, I mean, do you want to say?
I think you've kind of heard the report.
Okay,
from-
well, I just want to commend you, and I'm really glad that the way it's shaped up, and I think that we have had one letter from a parent and a lovely response from Dr. Garcia. It just really makes me feel good about the process. So, thanks.
Well, I will just say, I think it's awesome that we've come up with a scholarship form that's actually pretty easy for people to do. And that's partly, that's what's set forth in statute, but actually following through and keeping it simple. As a person that does forms, I know that that's not always as easy as it seems like it should be. So thanks for
nice form making.
Yeah.
Bravo. Yeah. Okay, so now we're at adjournment.
Oh.
Can I get a motion?
Well, no, we got future meetings, future topics.
Oh, rats. Oh, yeah, I saw that, right.
Well, I
Okay,
think-
future meetings, we've talked about that already.
We've talked about that. We just need the second meeting in March.
Future topics.
Oh.
I
think we've kind of got our topics.
Yeah.
I don't know that we need to add a lot.
No, and, okay. Adjourn
Well,
meetings.
I will move to adjourn. We
I'll
need a
second.
motion.
Okay.
And thanks to everybody who's the stalwarts at the end of the meeting.
I don't know what they were doing, but yeah, thank you. Meeting is
You gotta take a vote.
Oh, yes, yes. All in favor?
Yeah.
aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay.
Okay.
The clerk just called the vote aye.
Hereby
It went down
adjourned.
the chain of command a step, yeah.